Interesting. Aha! There you are. Yeah, I just noticed that it said start stream, so somehow it ended prematurely. I don't know why I did that. But hey, Chuck, Shadow Ops, are we back? Yes, we're back. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. I don't know what happened. If for some reason it stopped itself. Mark Z, hey, how you doing tonight? Good to see you guys, all of you. Great you're here. Um, yeah, I didn't get any more notice than you did that Dave wasn't going to do a stream tonight. That he was going to do uh, a fly-in. And for those of you that don't have real flight, like me, or you didn't get in the first 32 because apparently it only supports 32 at the time. Yeah, you don't get to play. So I thought I'd start a stream tonight so we had something to do tonight. I didn't want you guys to have to go through chat withdrawal. So I figured I'd give you something to hang out about. So how's everybody doing? You've been flying? I got to fly yesterday for the first time in 5 weeks because I've been working every weekend. Oh, so you were flying, Michael, but got bored, huh? Yeah, yeah, I could see that happening. It just depends on what's going on. You know, if somebody keeps shooting you down, it gets really boring. That's no fun. Yeah, you just take off and somebody rifles you down again. It's like, oh, come on, guys! I just got in the air. Oh, yeah, yeah. I don't know if any of the older versions work with it or not. I didn't spend any money on Real Flight yet. I might, but um, my flying field's open. Dave sounded like they closed his flying field up in Atlanta. And my flying field's private property. It will never be closed. You know, the owner there is. Hey, Rich, how you doing tonight, man? The owner there is really cool, and he owns the property, and nobody's shutting that down. You know, nobody. So yeah, our field's open for flying, and we're all flying. Oh, so you're running your truck? Oh, a nitro truck at that too. All right, Eric. Well, yeah, they're fun. Dirty, but fun. Lake Seminole going home this. Oh, you're in Lake Seminole right now, Michael? Only 8 and newer? Are you talking about Real Flight is on is that what you're talking about, Rich? Wow, Bill, what's up? Chuck G in the house. Mark Z. Victor Shameless, how are you tonight? Congratulations on making the 64 cut, buddy. I was rooting for you. I was really, really glad to see you in there. Okay, thank you, Michael. So do you have one of the flight simulators, Rich? Um, I haven't bought one. Christ, the last one I had was Jesus. It was long time ago. What the hell was that thing called? Flight Sim. That's what it was. It's called Flight Sim. It's been forever. I don't even know how old that was. Man, it was way back. Just got off work, huh, Victor? So you're still working. Well, that's good, I guess. That's good to hear. Oh, so you've been gone since before Daytona, because you were at Daytona, right? So Yeah, Real Flight 8. So you okay? Yeah, I didn't even know they were still doing that. I haven't paid attention to the Sims in years, so I know somebody just announced a big deal. Flight Sim, I think, that they came out with a new one finally after all these years, and they were doing a big release. I think in Vegas, if I remember right. Flight Chops. Do you guys follow him? He was there. He was invited to come out and check it out. So he did a stream about it. Yeah, Grand Theft Auto. Yeah, I used to play that on my PS3. Haven't bought a PS4 yet. Oh, is that right? No kidding, Shadow. So that you could go in and fly it with your radio? Wow, that's interesting. Yeah, that's very interesting. I got you. Yeah, Victor. Since I work at O'Reilly Auto Parts and ambulance and fire trucks and everything have to stay on the road, I think we're going to be open too. Nothing's changed at our place. We're still working full hours. Nothing. We've had some personal stuff change, but nothing. No hours or any of that. We're all still working full time and full hours. No, you're playing tie. You're a golfer, are you? I when my dad was alive, I did that. I bought him the Tiger Woods game because my dad was a big golfer, but he got very sick and couldn't play real golf anymore. So I bought that for him to play at home, and he never used it. And I got that one on the Wii because the Wii used the motion thing with the club and everything, and he never played it. So yeah, that kind of sucked. Um, oh, you just found out about that too, Eric? That thing was available. Um, yeah, that's interesting. I might have to look into that. That might actually be kind of fun. Was Spectrum being on the spectrum? I'm not following you, Ethan. Welcome to the show, Ethan. By the way, I don't know what that means. Hey, Jermaine, how you doing tonight? Um, oh, so you used to golf until you hurt your shoulders. What exactly did they do to your shoulders? I mean, did they operate? Was it the rotator cups? Um, you just don't have use of your shoulders anymore. What's exactly happened? I know you fell, but I don't know what the doctors did for you after the fact. You have no patience for golf. Listen, I grew up on a golf course. It was right at the end of my street. I was 7 houses away from the golf course, and my friend's family owned the golf course, so we were allowed to play free anytime we wanted. So I was out there playing all the time, just playing around. I'm actually very good at it, but it just bores me to tears. I'm just not. I just don't enjoy it. It's not challenging enough for me. Um, I cannot play it. I cannot pick up a golf club for shit 15 years and go out and still shoot just over par. So it's just a pretty easy game for me. Yeah, GB, but Dave, I don't know. You didn't get the message. He's doing a fun fly tonight. He's not going to stream. He's turned his show into a real flight fun fly. And if you're one of the lucky 32 that he can support, you can go fly virtual airplanes with Dave because he's doing that right now, but he's not doing a stream. So I jumped in to give you guys some place to go so you didn't have to sit home twiddling your thumbs alone. Yeah, I guess it shut down automatically for some reason. I didn't notice that the window had changed from red end stream to live start live, and then when I noticed it, um, I hit the button again, and now you're all back in the room, so that's good. It was funny that Farmer Man got in because he sent me a message, so I thought I was still live. Yeah, I don't know how Farmer Man got the message to me on the stream with nobody else could, but that was weird. So, but so yeah, since Dave sent out a message to everybody that he wasn't going to do a stream tonight, I figured I'd come on, do a show so you guys could come join me and we could just chat about whatever you want to chat about uh, and not feel because I know a lot of you guys. I know I do. I look forward to everybody's show every night, so I always try to make sure I'm home and ready to be online. And then about 7:20, I think it was, Dave sent out a message that he wasn't going to do a stream, but he was going to do a fun fly. Oh, so you're flying and asking what the fuck? George Watts, welcome, sir. Good to see you here. Yeah, I don't have real flight either. I haven't spent the money on that yet. Um, so were you in flying? Oh yeah, yeah. So yeah, I'm not trying to step on Dave's toes. I'm sure he's not minding right now because he made the announcement he wasn't going to do a live chat. He was just going to do a fun fly. So, well, appreciate that, Jermaine. That's why I did it. I was hoping you guys that didn't have real flight would jump over here and hang out with me tonight. Uh, you can't hear anything Dave's saying or me, GB. Which one? Hey, Jeff, welcome, buddy. What are we flying tonight? No, they're flying over on Dave's show. We're talking here. And about anything you want tonight. I didn't script anything tonight, so if you want to see something or talk about something, throw it on the table because everything's open tonight. We'll do whatever you guys want. Good, George. I'm glad and it's exactly why I did it. I was hoping you guys, since Dave wasn't doing his, that you guys would want to hang out, and that's why I started it. I have nothing scripted tonight, so it's open night to do whatever you guys want to talk about. Yeah, Bledsoe's been working a lot, I guess, Bill. So his Tuesday night show has been hit or miss. Although I think he did one last week. I haven't had a chance to really talk to Dave. But and I've been working every Tuesday night. Now I'm off tomorrow night, and I was off. I think, yeah, maybe it wasn't last week. I was off a Tuesday night, and he wasn't doing a show, and I was bummed because I was finally off work, and I wanted to, get in the show again, and he wasn't on. So, but I talked to somebody and told me he was doing a lot. He was working a lot. Rotator cuff surgery on both shoulders. So, um, yeah, so I fell out of a tree retrieving a quadcopter out here on my property, and I dislocated both my rotator cuffs. And doctor said that they would heal on their own, and they did. But I have pain. Only it's my own fault. Listen, I don't exercise enough. I need to be out here doing these with weights, and and this kind of stuff and everything, and I don't. So it's my own fault. I can do it. It hurts. Even that was hurting a little bit. But with weight, if I'm holding anything heavy, it really hurts. And I just need to do it. I just need to get on the horse and work out and get them working again. Good looking jug on the box behind me. Yeah, this is the um, that's the big one, the 1700 from FMS. That's the silver version, which is still available. Um, I had the green one on the table a couple weeks ago. Um, I bought the green one. They've discontinued that color scheme. It's a camo, dark green and brown color, and they were discontinuing it, and I had it on sale, and I grabbed it. So, but it comes in the same box, so it's just like the Mustang box right there. If you flip it around, it's the Japanese Zero box. So they both came in the same box. Yeah, the Jumper T16 is if I was buying a radio today, that's the radio I'd have. Oh, George, you're building, building, building. What are you building? That'd be cool to know. So that's my advice, Ethan, because the Jumper already does Spectrum, so he can fly Spectrum. He can fly whatever he wants. The radio's super cheap. It's open TX. It's going to behave exactly like my Tyrannus. And you have I think there's 70 protocols in that radio. So today, and it's 159 bucks. So the Jumper T16 is by far right now the best bang for the buck. 16 channels, open TX. It's open source software. It'll let you do anything you want to do. You got to take advantage of all the protocols that are on the market because it has them all already in the radio. Um, yeah, I'm almost sorry I bought my second Tyrannus because if I hadn't, I'd be all over buying a Jumper. And if anybody from Jumper sees this and you want to send me a radio, I will happily review it for you. I would love to review that radio for you. So, if anybody from Jumper happens to catch this stream, get a hold of me. I will absolutely review your radio. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be a good review because I've already seen what the radio can do and I already know how to operate it. So, yeah, I can't even think I'd say anything bad about it or, just because of what it can do. Yeah, George, I don't know. I had this on the table last week. I just hadn't taken it off yet. This is the SR-22. It's an E-flight plane. Great flying airplane, especially in heavy wind. If you need a heavy wind airplane, man, this is the plane. This thing doesn't give a crap about the wind. So it could be as windy as you want, and this plane will fly. And it flies beautifully. So I had it on the table last week. It's got lights all over it. I think there's 9 lights on this thing. There's even a light inside the cabin area, so it's actually lit up inside. There's landing lights on the nose, on the wingtips, strobes on the wingtips, nav lights on the wingtips. There's a beacon on the bottom. It's got lights all over it, and it's just a beautiful airplane, and it flies fantastic. Um, I liked all the ships, Ethan, that they came out with. I just didn't like the price tag. They're not affordable for me. I can tell you right now, I won't be buying any of those boats, and it's a shame because I love them. but they're just way out of my price range. I was hoping they were going to be more in the tank price range because there's a few of the tanks out there I will get at least one of. Dustin, welcome to the show, buddy. Man, you haven't been in here forever. Um, so yeah, I was really hoping the ships were going to be a better price range than what they ended up being. Um, Way too expensive for me, and it's a shame because they're beautiful. I mean, I love them all. They look fantastic, but yeah, just too expensive. I can't do that. So I'm trying to get caught up in the chat here, guys. I got behind, and now I'm trying to get caught back up. Deuce is wild. Good to see you, buddy. What are you selling, Jeff? And what's going on? Did you get shut down? I heard they were going to shut down beauty salons. Did they shut you down? Um, I was trying to figure out what the story was with these shutdowns. They were going to leave dry cleaners open. I don't know why, but they're going to shut down beauty salons. So, actually, Michael, I don't think that's why Motion's doing this. Listen, Motion is trying to get a broader audience. I think their airplane sales are fine. I think they're just trying to be more competitive with Horizon. They're broadening their wings. They're just spreading out to more people. They want to. I don't think it's malicious, but I think they just want a piece of Horizon's business, and that's why they came out with the tanks and the heavy equipment stuff, and now they're doing boats. So I think it's great. I don't think their plane sales are suffering at all. I just think they want more business. I think they're looking for a wider audience. Um, LJ Hobby Life. Well, welcome to the show. I haven't seen you here before. Um, so yeah, I think that's the whole business there. I don't think they're hurting their plane sales at all. Wow, George, I'd like to hear more about this. What the hell is an Elderic? El Ellen Decker? Ellen Decker? An old Ellen Decker? I don't know what that is. Are we talking about a full size airplane or is it a model airplane? That sounds really very interesting. I got you. See that, Jeff? That doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know um, why a dry cleaner would be more important than a beauty salon. I just don't get that. So Well, deuces. See if they were still open, you could go get pretty. You know, if listen, if Jeff can make an airplane look that good, god damn it, I'm sure he could do wonders with you. Guniac, hey, welcome to the show, buddy. It's good to see you here. Yeah, it's good. You've been here a couple times, but I don't see you often enough. I wish you were here more often, so I'm glad you're here. Um, oh, you're a listener most of the time. Okay, well that's cool. You know, I'm glad you said hi tonight, LJ. That's cool. I don't mind the lurkers. I know I have a few. Rich is one of my favorite lurkers. He doesn't talk too much, but he said hi tonight a little bit at the beginning, and that's fine. Um, we usually keep everybody entertained with on our own. We all have plenty to say, so yeah, I love the scale on those boats, guys. I mean, they're beautiful. They're just absolutely beautiful. But you know, at $800, that's not going to happen for me. I cannot do $800. I just, especially, you know, we're surrounded with lakes down here, but you can't get to them. It's very hard to get to the water down here, so it's hard to fly off of it. It's hard to run boats in it. There's very few places that has water that has easy access to. Um, you know, you're usually going to have to walk through somebody's backyard or something, and it just gets ugly from there. They don't want, and you know, I don't blame them. I don't think I'd want some strange guy walking in my backyard either to play with a boat in the water. Um, well, I probably would go out and play with him, but I understand that a stranger walking through your backyard just because it's on water would not be necessarily good. Yeah, but most of the salons, Chuck, you know, everybody's wearing masks and gloves. Um, Pretty much every nail salon I've ever been to, I imagine the beauty salons have been doing it now too. I haven't actually been in a beauty salon in a while, but um, oh, I got you, George. Okay, so it's a World War II plane, and it's an RC plane, so that's cool. So yeah, I kind of figured. I don't know, Jeff. Let me ask you that. Do you guys wear masks and gloves and everything in the beauty salon? You're probably using gloves because of the hair dyes and stuff. But was everybody masked before? And if not, are you now that the virus is out? I mean, was that like protocol anyway? Um, yeah, Guniak, you're welcome for the wrench. No problem. I was going to give you one the last time you were here, and you jumped out of the chat too quick. So I grabbed you tonight and got you. So yeah, yeah. Again, glad you're here. And if everybody hasn't said it enough, I'll reiterate that you know your fire booty things are a tremendous addition to this hobby, and I'm so happy that you did that. You know that you took it upon yourself to put those together for people that want them. I think it's wonderful that you did that. So big thumbs up for me. I know other people have said that too, but I just wanted to let you know that I can't thank you enough for that. I haven't bought one yet, but I think it's cool as hell, and I'm really glad you did that. So again, thank you. I appreciate your efforts for sure. I see Reckham Roy's here tonight. Okay, so the chat just scrolled. It's scrolling by so fast right now I can't read it. What the hell's going on? Did someone say wrench? Yeah, Chuck. Um, when you're here for a few times more, you'll get one too. I don't know if you've been lurking or not. I haven't seen much of you. Um, but the other two guys have been with me a long time, and I had a freeze on the wrenches for a while. I'm not going to tell you what my reasonings were, but now I'm passing them out again to the guys that have been here. So Chuck, a couple of weeks more, I see you here, and you'll have one too. Nothing's going on right now in my chat that you need the wrench, like a giveaway or anything. So nothing to worry about. Um, just hang in there, keep coming to the channel. You'll earn your wrench. It's not a problem. I'm just not handing them out like candy anymore. Um, so don't take offense to it. It's just um, they're just not gonna because when I finally do start giving stuff away, only the wrench people are going to get in those giveaways, and but that's not going to happen for a little while yet. So I guess Pilot Ryan straightened me out on something, and I really appreciate that input. I didn't know. I thought I had to come up with 4,000 hours a month, and I guess it's 4,000 watch hours a year. So I'm way down on that. So it's going to be a couple of months before I hit at least a couple. Excuse me, at least a couple of months before I hit 4,000 watch hours, and then my super chat window will open. And once that opens, I can start doing some giveaways. So that's what we're waiting on. Yeah, they haven't given us a stay home yet, but I'm waiting for it. I think it's going to happen pretty soon. It's funny, Deuces. Yeah, I remember that sticker. Yeah, save the whales, harpoon a fat chick. Yeah. Yeah, that's part of it. You're going to launch a referral thing? Okay, Shadow. I'm sorry, Guniac. Tell me about that. What's that going to be about? Hey, Brian, welcome. It's good to see you tonight, buddy. They're both fun to ride till your friends see you. I was just thinking that same joke. That's hilarious. LJ, you're a huge car guy. Okay, me too. Um, I started in planes first because I started before I could drive, but I was always a car guy. And then when I got into cars, started racing them. As soon as I started driving, I started racing. And I do drag racing and autocross. Um, haven't done it for a little while. Um, the money situation got tough to buy race tires, so I've been out of the drag race and autocross for a couple of years now. I still hang out with the guys and stuff, but I haven't actually been participating. But that might change soon. Um, Financially, we're getting in better shape here, and if that trend keeps going, then I'm going to get back into the car racing too. So Roy's a Mopar king. Okay. LJ, what year's your Charger with the Scat Pack? Is that back in the '60s Charger, or do they have that on the new Chargers? I hadn't heard it was on the new Chargers, but hell, I can't keep up with all of it. With between the frickin' Hellcat and the what was the one other one, the Demon or something they came out with, and they're reusing some of the old names and the new names, and it's just too hard to keep track of all of it. Yeah, it's funny when you talk to these young kids that are all into the rice stuff, and listen, no disrespect to the rice. I like all cars, so but it's just the perspective of what a muscle car is to them is most of them just because they don't know. Um, you start talking about a 10-second car, and they're talking about their car in the eighth, and we're all talking about something with some real horsepower in the quarter. So they they have no clue. Yeah, I've never been a Mopower fanatic. I love their cars, but especially their old muscle cars. And if I buy another newer car, it's going to be a Challenger for sure. I want one of those really bad. Always wanted one of the old ones. Um, and if I ever decide I want another car payment, that's the car I'm going to get as a Challenger. I have a '67 Camaro, as a matter of fact, an RSSS. So that's one in my fleet. I have nine cars that are drivable, um, and that's one of them. I also have a '56 Chevy sedan delivery. Um, so yeah, I've got some cars. Um, yeah, the Talon was a cool car. Man, I really liked that car when they came out with that, especially since it was all-wheel drive. I thought that was very cool. This TV over here keeps turning itself on for some reason. I really don't know what the deal is with that. I wonder if it's. Let's take the batteries out of the remote and see if that stops it. Uh, yeah, the horsepower. Yeah, the stuff they're cranking out today is amazing. Yeah, no wonder I work where I do. Yeah, that really wasn't the reason, but yeah, it helps. Um, yeah, I used to go over to the Orlando SCCA. What year were you running that down there, LJ? I used to go to Orlando. Yeah, yeah. These are all the cars I grew up with, guys. '71 Chevelle, '69 Chevelle. Yep, yep. That's where they made some super cool cars back then. And then there was that big period where they stopped, and now back, around 2006 ish, I think it was, when everybody started coming out with these retro looking cars that are just freaking cool as hell. And then they started putting all that horsepower in them. So yeah, now we're full circle. We've come back to the old muscle car days are back, and it's cool as shit. Yeah, I had a '70 Camaro, not a split bumper, but a '70. I had three Camaros at the same time. I had my '67, a '70, and a brand new '79. So I had three Camaros all at the same time. Everybody said, "Oh, what are you, some kind of Camaro nut?" No, not really. It just worked out that way. I got good deals on these cars. I couldn't pass them up. So at one point, I had three Camaros. I ended up selling the 79 first, and then I sold the 70, and I still have the 67. Haven't done much with that lately. I'm too many pokers in the fire right now. Um, but I think when I get the new garage built, I'll have the opportunity to get back on that, and we'll get back on fixing that back up. It needs a paint job. I need to redo the brakes. I want to put disc brakes on it. Oh, you had a C6 Grand Sport, George? That was a nice car. Yeah, the 80s cars were not that great, for sure. Um, Especially in the horsepower department. They made some cool looking cars, but nothing had any horsepower. It was ridiculous. Um, they tried to make it up with gear ratios and these overdrive transmissions, but, you know, if you were a real car guy with muscle cars, you weren't impressed. So, yeah, my first new car was a 79 Camaro. That was my very first brand new car. So, your 78 Datsun, that's, we're in the same ballpark. The year we got our very first car, or new car. That was my first new car. Yeah, the GNX. That was a car in the 80s. That was the shit then, for sure. Yeah, the T-Type Buick, pretty close to the same as the Grand National. Um, Badass cars for sure. So I have a 80s Pontiac. It's a very, very rare car. Most of you guys probably don't know what it is, but it's called a 2 plus 2. It was only made in 86, 1 year only. Anybody know what that is? An 86 Pontiac 2 plus 2. Yeah, but they still make the El Camino over in Australia. They don't call it the El Camino, but it's an El Camino. With the late model LS motors in it, and yeah, but they won't bring it to the U.S. for some reason. Yeah, the Stolz 442. That was a cool car. Almost bought one of those. Almost got it. It was really close. Yeah, Roy, it's a pretty rare car. They only made 1,225 of them. Pretty much a single option package. Um, for you guys that don't know what the 2+2 was, it's basically a Pontiac Grand Prix with the NASCAR front nose piece and rear glass and rear deck lid with a spoiler on it. Back then NASCAR was still running stock body cars, and they had to build the car so NASCAR could run it. So it's very similar to a Monte Carlo SS Aero Coupe, but it's a totally unique. Even the glass in the back is totally different than the Chevy. So it's a very unique car. I have one. I've had it for a long time. Um, it's a very cool car. It was. We found it one day. I bought a Monte Carlo SS. My dad fell in love with it. This was probably in 80, 89, 90, somewhere around there. And so I bought the Monte Carlo SS, and my dad wanted one. So we were searching around and couldn't find what he wanted. Um, so I had an Auto Trader, and I'm thumbing through it, and I found this 2+2, and I hadn't seen one in years. And I called my dad up, and I told him, pack a lunch, we're going to look at a car. And I had to drive from here to Tallahassee, so it was like a 3-hour drive. And so I took him up there, and we're walking around the car, and my dad is just drooling all over it. It was in good shape. It's a nice car. Not at all like perfect showroom kind of car, but it was decent. It was in nice shape. Had some repaint done on it that wasn't done very well. I repainted it when I got it home, but yeah, overall very nice car. Right, Michael. Yep, it's called an Aero Coupe, but it's completely different than the Chevy. Um, Totally different glass, totally different nose on it for the Pontiac. But yeah, they were both called Aero Coupes. And so my dad was all hot to buy it until they opened the trunk. Now the trunk is full size trunk. It's the size of a regular Monte Carlo or a Pontiac, but the opening was about this big because of the big glass coming back, and then the flip the where the spoiler was flipped up. So the only way my dad could get the golf clubs in the back of it is at one at a time. He couldn't put the bag in there. He would have had to put the clubs, and So on the way home, we didn't buy it that day. On the way home, we're talking about it, and I said, "Well, Dad, you never take anybody with you when you go golfing, so you could always put your golf clubs in the front seat." And he said, "Yeah, I thought of that." He said, "Yeah, I figured I could do that." And so we talked about it, and then he called back. Now, the day we were there, looking at the car, we were talking to the wife. The husband wasn't home. And so my dad called back with an offer, and got a hold of the wife again, and she didn't take the offer. But the guy, she must have told the guy, and the guy wanted it. So he called my dad back and said, if you still want the car, I'll take that for it. And great. So we said, will you meet us in, where do we want to meet? Somewhere halfway between us. We picked a town north of here, and I can't remember where it was now. Um, I think it was Ocala. I think it was around Don Garlitz's museum. We picked a spot there to meet. And he brought the car down. We drove up, gave him the cash, and brought the car home. And that was back in 91, I guess. And then my dad found, and then I bought a 95 Chevy Impala SS. And then my dad wanted one of those, and over the years he did get one, and then he sold me the Pontiac. So I still have the Pontiac. I sold my Monte Carlo, but I kept the Pontiac. and I have four of the Impala SSs. The 4.5, they made it 3 years, just like the 95, 6, 7 Chevys back, or the 55, 6, 7 Chevys. They also made 94, 95, 96 Impala SS. I have one of each. Um, actually have two 96s, 194 and 195. Um, and they're just awesome cars. Um, yeah, yeah. A buddy of mine had a Vega that we dropped the V8 into and turned into a race car. That car was a lot of fun. Well, I think we had the rear end in it though, in with Velcro, because we had to change it so often because we were breaking it about every day. And they were, you go to any salvage yard and pick up a Vega rear end for, I think it was $50 or something. It was ridiculous. So we were swapping them out regularly because we kept breaking them. It was stupid fast. Oh yeah. Oh, the Vega with a V8, it'll burn out until you let go of the throttle. I mean, it'll never hook the tires until you let go of the throttle. Yeah, that car was sick. We had all kinds of fun with that car. We were going down the interstate one day, and there was a trooper in the median, and we were flying. We come over the hill, and there he was, and we were already doing more than 100. So I looked over. I was driving. I looked over at him, and he just said, "It's your call." And I just hammered it. We went by him doing about a $1.20 at least, and he heard we were in the throttle. So the lights came on. He rolled forward about 2 feet, stopped, and the lights went back off. He says, "Fuck it." So he wouldn't chase us. I got off the next exit. I got off, and we went down a couple of side. I made a bunch of turns just down every side street I could go down quietly, and then we idled back to my house so that we wouldn't, you know, raise any suspicion. Fred Barron, welcome to the show. Good to see you, man. Yeah, there was another one that was the Catalina 2+2 way back in the what year was that thing? The 60s? Yeah. Yep. That was a convertible though, the 2+2 Catalina, wasn't it? Yeah, totally different car. Yeah, they just resurrected the name for the the NASCAR version. That's all. No similarities whatsoever. Not even, you know, no similarities. Hey, Pearl Jam, welcome to the show. Good to see you, man. Yeah, the Gremlin was one of those cars. Man, that car, it was easy to spot. That was just a interesting shaped car. I remember those. Yeah, I had a I had a Mercury, a 1970 Mercury Monterey. That was a big boat. That was my grandfather's car. I ended up with that for a while. Oh, the car was like brand new. He kept it in the garage, and it was funny because I ended up buying the car, and then later on in life, I ended up buying the house that my grandfather had. So I put the car back in the garage, just like it used to be. The car went first full circle and came back home, and I had that house for several years down here in Florida, and then I moved on. Um, yeah, that was the Pinto that exploded on impact. There used to be a cartoon, and they put in the newspaper of them dropping it out of a B-52, a Pinto, as because it would explode on impact. Cosworth Vega. Yep, I remember those. Yeah, that was a cool engine under the hood of that thing. Said Cosworth right on it. That was pretty unique. Yeah, I remember the Opel Kadett. Yeah. I don't think the Opel was it? It was rear wheel drive. I'm pretty sure the Opel was rear wheel drive. Yeah, the AMX Javelin, that was a cool car. What's up, Ryan? Good to see you, man. What are you working on tonight? Airplanes or trucks? Or boats? Did you get a boat already? How about a tank? Yeah, the Trans Am cars were cool. Yeah, yeah. There's some old timers in here that know all the old cars for sure. Yeah, well, AMC didn't make a lot of cool cars, so yeah, the Javelin was definitely the coolest one they made for sure, and that was a pretty cool car. Um, I was never a big fan of the Pacer, but that was a really goofy looking car. So you got another release on Thursday night coming up? Is that next Thursday or? I thought it was like the 11th. When is that happening? Next week or a couple weeks? The Super B. If you're talking late model, Eric, the Super B was a Charger, not a Challenger. Um, it was the blue with the Super B, wasn't it? The blue one with the stripe on the back, or did they do it both yellow and blue? I know I looked at a blue one. Um, yeah, W30 package. Yeah, A buddy of mine has a couple of those, different years. He's an Oldsmobile guy. That's all he owns is Oldsmobiles. He's got a bunch of them. Okay. What time you want to go on, Ryan? You going on early, or you want me to put my show back? What do you want to do? Oh, you're talking about an old Super B. Yeah, the big wing cars were well. I think because there were two. One was called the Super Bird. Wasn't the other one a Super B? I don't remember exactly. I know they had the Roadrunner holding the helmet on them in a circle on the back. Randy's in the house. Welcome. All right, Ryan. Well, I'll just follow your lead. Whenever you go, I'll hang out until you're done. Not a problem. I always get excited with your new releases. Right, one was called the Daytona, and the other one was called the Superbird. Right? That's what the names were. Yeah, yeah. I think it was Dodge was the Dodge Daytona, and Chrysler was the Superbird, I believe. Yeah. Well, now you're here, Dave. And F you too. Yeah, I wasn't prepared for tonight. I got your message. You were going to play with your real flight, so I decided I'd go live and give the guys that don't have real flight something to do while you're flying. So if you want to take over, go ahead and start your show, and I'll close this one. I only did this to cover for you, buddy. I wanted to give everybody a place to go. I don't have real flight, so I couldn't join the fun. So I put my show up so the rest of us that don't have real flight had something to do while you were playing. So that's all. Not stepping on your toes or anything. If you wanna take over the show, I'll wrap it up and we'll go over to your channel. I just wanted to give my subs here something to do while they're quarantined at home and have nothing to do. Oh, the Superboard was the Plymouth. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, the Wood brothers were some of the most innovative guys out there, man. I don't know if you guys know about what they did when they went to Indy, but they revolutionized pit stops. You know, those guys were geniuses back in the day. Oh, I know real flight's fun. I have no doubt, guys. I watched Dave's stream the last time you guys were playing it. Absolutely. I just don't have the money to buy it right now. I'm hoping in 6 months when the garage is built and everything's cool, and by then I'm thinking my job is going to change for the better. And you taking off, Jeff? All right, buddy. Take care. Um, keep in touch. Let us know what's going on with your business and stuff. Um, Want to make sure you're all right. So keep us informed, please. Oh, that's cool, Dave. Yeah, I didn't know if I could go watch or not. Like last time, I didn't know if you were streaming it or not. I wasn't prepared for this, so I just kind of ran out in the garage and started the stream. Got everybody in here, and we're just chatting away. We're chatting about cars tonight. We're not even talking about airplanes. All we're talking about is all the muscle cars that we're all playing with or used to play with. So it's car night in the hangar tonight. I don't think I ever had a version of Real Flight. Um, I think I have a free. I might have a free download of Real Flight. That gave me one airplane to play with, and like I had limited flight time with it. I haven't done anything since. Michael Keller, how you doing, Mike? Good to see you, man. Oh, that's cool. You were streaming it. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to go watch. I just had to rush out here, finish dinner and rush out here and get my show up for all the guys. So, um, I got your message that you were going to do the show, that you were going to do the flight thing, but only 32 people could get in it. And I thought, okay, well, there's probably more than 32 people that don't have a copy of Real Flight, so I better do a stream. So that's why I did it. Not trying to step on your feet or anything. I'm sure you had fun. Um, yeah, I had a real flight sim. I never had a real flight RC sim. Other than I did download a free copy of something and played around with it a little bit. Um, but yeah, I never bought a copy of any of those flight sims for the RC. I just bought the real, airplane size, real size flight sim. But I think it was called flight sim. Paul, you got a job today. Well, let's hear about it. That sounds wonderful. Okay, Reckham, what are we talking about? Dave's RC rocks. What? I missed something. Is he here? Did Dave get here? I'm looking back. I don't see him in the show. But Dave does rock, so I'm just wondering why you brought that up. That's all. Definitely rocks for sure. So no shit, Paul. That's cool as hell. Your dad worked for Krager Wheels? Wow. I had some Krager wheels back in the day. So he was a wheel designer for them. That's cool. There's some old car history there. That's awesome. I bought a dot to dot book and can't find number one. Oh, that's funny. Uh, Jackson RC, what's up? Thompson's Hangar, what's up? Hey guys, glad you're all here. Oh, I gotcha. So Dave, somebody said Dave's getting snow. Really? Are they getting more snow? Oh crap. Oh, there you go. Yeah, multitasking there, huh, Mike? Oh yeah, Torpedo Run. I remember that one. It's a good movie. Yep, Glenn Ford. Yeah, I have a pull on the rudder on the new P40, not on the elevator, but on the rudder. The pull system's pretty active in the 3D guys planes. Um, yeah, the P40 I built a few months ago had the pull system for just the rudder, not the elevator. Yeah, Real Flight 9 is it looks good as hell. I mean, and they have all the new airplanes in it, which is cool. Um, I just money's really tight right now with the garage being built, and my hours are not. Yeah, I'm still part time. Um, so my boss and I had some issues again. He just never seems to be happy. He's a very uh, OCD guy, and I don't have a problem with any of that. I love the way he manages, and I love his store. I loved working for him. Um, but he keeps getting mad at me for stupid reasons that nobody else seems to have a problem with. But he keeps getting mad at me, so I think we have a personality conflict. So I put in for a transfer to go to another store because I was requested to go to the other store. He needed somebody to cover a couple of nights over there over the months I've been working at O'Reilly's. So I've subbed over at his store twice, and he pulled me aside the second time when I worked over there and said, "Hey, um, are you closer to my store or your store?" And I told him, I said, "Well, I'm actually closer to my store, but I can get to your store quicker because of the way I would get here. The roads are faster, no lights, so you're actually quicker to get to, but shorter on the other one." So he asked me, if you ever want more hours, um, you know, come see me. So I did, and I went back and I told my boss I want to transfer. Um, so I haven't gotten a response yet from him. I told him that last Tuesday, and we haven't worked together since last Tuesday. But Wednesday, this coming day after tomorrow, will be the first time I get to work with him again, and that's when he'll inform me whether he's uh, going to let me go or not to the other store. So we'll see what happens. Um, Farmer man, you leaving? All right, man. Have a good night. So anyway, I think I'll probably get full time at the other store, which is what I really want. Then I'll have some extra money. But as long as I'm working part time, I really don't have any extra money. So I can't buy any planes, can't buy race tires to go racing again. I can't do much. So, so we're just kind of cooling it for a while. But I went flying yesterday, first time in 5 weeks because I've been working every weekend, um, and had a lot of fun yesterday. Thank you, Dave. Yeah, I flew my Yak, the 130, the 90 millimeter. Man, that jet is just so cool. It sounds so cool. It's so scale. I mean, the way the gear goes up and down, and the lights on it, and the gear door cycling, and it's got an air brake. It is one of the coolest airplanes. And and Pilot Ryan did, him and Mike did a video back in the day, a long time ago, on that airplane. And Mikey was doing the review, and Ryan was probably on the camera, I'm assuming. And they picked it up and showed you the gear and everything. So if you want to look it up, one of Ryan's old videos, they did a review of the Giant. Back then it was the Ready to Fly. Then Freewing took it over. But what an awesome airplane! I've had it on the table here. You guys have seen it, but it just sounds amazing. It flies great. Right out. I mean, just first flight was on rails, and it's such a great airplane. So I hadn't flown it in a while. It was good to fly it again, and it flew fantastic. I did fly it at the event where I crashed the Avanti, but that flight was just a scripted flight, so I didn't, I had to do certain maneuvers because I was in the competition for overall jet, best jet overall, and then best scale jet. So I was in the running for that. So I had to do a scripted flight. So I didn't get a chance to really fly it. I took off. I had to do a scale takeoff, which included a taxi out to the runway, hold short kind of thing, and then do your takeoff roll. And then I had to do a high-speed pass, low-speed pass. And then I picked I think it was just a roll. I had to pick a maneuver, and then I had to do my downwind leg, the final approach leg, and then landing. And so it was like a two-minute flight, and I didn't get to really fly it around. I was too busy trying to do a script. That was the only flight I got in it that day. I had 6 or 7 airplanes with me, so I was trying to fly them all. And that was the only time I got to fly that one. So, but yesterday I had a really good flight. I put a couple of bigger batteries in it. Got a really long flight time, which was great. Had it running pretty fast, and still got, I think, six or 7 minutes, which was great because usually I only get like 4 minutes. But these bigger batteries definitely responded well. So it was really cool. I had a good time. I made 14 flights yesterday. I had 6 airplanes there and made 14 flights, including 2 flights with my quadcopter. So I had a good day yesterday. It felt good. I hadn't been out in a while. Yeah, Ryan, the big yak, the 90 millimeter yak, you and Mike did. Oh, no kidding. You're with VQ now, Ryan? That's fantastic. That's freaking awesome. Because I want to buy one of those planes, and I can buy it through Pilot Ryan Media. Awesome, dude. That's fantastic. Yeah, that Banshee, man, I want that thing bad. Oh no, Fred, really? You hit a power line with your yak? Oh no. You wouldn't happen to have that on video, do you? Oh, holy crap, that must have sucked. Damn. Yeah, that wouldn't have been fun. Holy crap. Mike, VQ's a brand that uh, Colin brought to our attention. He's sponsored by him. And he's a sponsored pilot for them, and he's got his own channel. He was doing a live stream one night, and then I guess he got a job, and he hasn't been doing his stream anymore. Um, but you can look them up. They've got their own website. Real nice stuff, and they're priced really nice. You know, the price of their stuff is fantastic. You know, you're talking about an 80 inch to, you know, maybe a 100-inch airplane in the $400 range. Yeah, it's sweet. Um, and you know, they're all built up. They're not foam airplanes. They're built up planes. You can make them gas or electric, either one. Um, they're quick build stuff, so they're all built and covered. You do the final assembly, install your own radio gear kind of stuff, and then, you know, power it however you want to power it. Um, really beautiful stuff, though. I mean, the stuff is just gorgeous when you go look at it. So yeah, just go to VQ's website. I think it's okay, VQWarbirds.com. Yeah. Um, very cool stuff. Yeah, well, you know, of course some jerk's going to do that because he can. You know, somebody will want it bad enough to probably pay that for it. I'll tell you, my the guy that owns my flying field, um, A, wants it that bad, and B, has the money to spend on it. So if he got wind of that, he'd probably buy it. Um, you know, he's got money. You know, he owns 606 660 acres, I think it is. And he has cattle on it, and he that's what he makes his living, selling cattle. And yeah, so he'd probably pay that for it because he loves that jet. Every time I bring it out there, he comes over and just drools all over it. He really loves it. Yeah, that's usually my each day. So on the weekend, if I go Saturday and Sunday, I do 14 to 16 flights each day. So, you know, 30, 32. You know, that's the normal weekend for me. You know, I come out with batteries already charged, and I charge more while I'm there. Um, I bought a generator, and so I bring it out to the field, and I charge up batteries while I'm flying and keep flying all day. And I'm not a guy to go out there and sit in a lawn chair all day just shooting the shit. You know, I pretty much just fly one right after the other. I take a break now and then, but I can easily get that many flights in without a rush. You know, just, you know, leisurely picking another airplane and go fly it. So yeah, you know, when I go to the flying field, I go to fly. There you go, Mike. Yep, I agree, Mike. I think they look really nice. I was so impressed. It was her first time Colin came on and showed us what he had in his hangar and stuff, and I was like, holy crap. And then I went to the website and saw those price tags, and I'm like, okay, this is affordable. This is doable. Not like the Motion boats that they just came out with that are $800. I can't do that. Um, it'd be hard enough for me to do one of the VQ planes, buying it at $400 and have to put everything in it myself. Um, I could still do it for under $800 though. Whereas the Black Horse stuff is too expensive from Motion, and then you have to put more money into it because they're not ready to fly. So yeah, VQ is awesome. Um, you know, super nice stuff, priced right. So yeah, that's awesome. Um, Even the tanks on Motion are priced reasonably. I mean, they're in the price range that's affordable. Those boats are way out of my price range, and the fact that there's no water that I have access to really to play with a boat. I got a sad problem for sure. I'm not going to be buying any boats. They have cheaper one. What, pilot Ryan? Which one? What are you talking about? The boats? All right, Eric. Take care, man. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping in. That big green sailboat, I'm kind of interested in. That one's only like 229. I have a sailboat now, but I like that lime green one. So I might take a shot at that. I gotta get with Boozer and find out where they're running their sailboats. If it's not too far away, maybe I'll go up and sail with them. Because him and his dad have sailboats, and I already have one. And if they have a place we can go sail on a regular basis, I might buy that green one. Um, I don't. It's not a boring thing, Chuck. If you've got a scale boat like a battleship, and you're out there with other people with boats, um, it's fun. I mean, I always had a good time. I never got bored with it. It's more relaxing. It's way more relaxing than flying an airplane for sure. And the sailboats, we had a bunch of fun with those because we would put you know gates out in the water that we had to go around. We were racing them, so we had sailboat races, which was a lot of fun. Because when you're going upwind, you got to tack back and forth to go upwind, and then when you're coming downwind, you got to get your sail trimmed just right to get the speed. And so when they announced the boats, you saved $500. Okay, on what? How did you save $500? Because they were too expensive and you didn't spend $500 on a boat? Right. Yep. That's the plan, Fred. That's what I would be doing. That would be fun. We could dive bomb the German boats. Yeah. Oh, I got you, Ryan. In other words, you don't want a boat. So it saved you 500 bucks. Yep, I got you. Well, I want one of the tanks. So when the next shipment comes in, I'll probably get a tank. Um, I definitely won't be buying any of those boats, the scale boats, because they're all 500 something and up, and that's just out of my price range. Again, we just don't have access to enough water down here to make it worth my while. Um, but if the boozers have a some place to do the sailboats on a regular basis, and I can go sail with them, then I may think about getting that lime green sailboat that they came out with. But other than that, there's nothing in the boat line I want. Um, just too hard to get to water here. You know, I was saying it earlier. It's there's plenty of lakes and ponds around here, but they're either fenced off, so you can't get to it because it's retention water or whatever, or it's on private property. You know, there's people's backyards. Um, so if the wind's blowing the wrong way and the boat dies or whatever, and it's blown across the lake, if you don't have a retrieve boat with you to get it, you're going to have to go over to the other side and wait for it to blow ashore, and you're going to have to go through somebody's backyard to get it. And that's just sometimes not fun. So, oh, VQ's going to have tanks too? That's cool. That'll be cool. I can't wait to see that. Yeah, Paul, I agree. I thought the green sailboat looked pretty good. You know, it's big. It's got a giant uh, counterweight under it. I forget what they call that at the moment. I'm having a brain fart. Um, but yeah, that would look pretty cool. So if that's the only one I'm really interested in right now because of the price, I'd love to have any of those scale boats. You know, the big ones. But I just $800 is way out of my price range. Really, have you seen an alligator attack an RC boat? Because I haven't seen that yet, and they left my airplane alone. I was flying in a lake one day with an alligator, and they didn't bother my plane. They were watching it, but they didn't attack it. Yeah, the Pitts is awesome, Ryan. That's probably going to be out of all the planes they've come out with. It's a bunch of them I want, but I think that's going to be the first one I get. As soon as I get a little extra cash, I want that Pitts because I only have one other biplane. Well, that's not true. I have two other biplanes, but um, the one I haven't finished. It's well, I take that back. I have three. I've got a old Christian. I have a Christian Eagle over here. Here's part of it. I haven't finished it yet. Here are the rudder and elevator surfaces. So yeah, it's I don't think it's 1400 millimeter though. I think it's smaller than that. Not much smaller, but it's smaller than that. I think. So that 1400 Pitts that FMS came out with is perfect size, beautiful plane, priced right. Yeah, I'm all over that one. Definitely gonna get that plane. Put the down payment kit on Kenny. You can have all the boats. I'm not following you, Jackson. The down payment on what? What are we talking about? Yeah, George, it's a good idea. And I was looking for a cheap. I wanted a either a tunnel hull or a what do they call those damn things? Um, I didn't want a pointy boat. I wanted the one that's got the two spears on the end of it, kind of, where it's in the middle, it's open, because it would be easy to get that hooked onto something on the plane, like the rudder, or if it's upside down, or maybe the one of the pontoons, to get a hold of it, to hold onto it, to push it back to shore. And I just haven't found what I wanted yet. I was looking for a cheap toy boat, Toys R Us kind of boat. I know Toys R Us are gone, but I'm, toy grade, not the big high dollar shit. I wanted a cheapy catamaran. Thank you. Um, that's what I wanted, and so I could use it as a retrieve boat. And luckily, every time I've flown my float planes off of water, the wind was always blowing toward me. So if it ever, and it did a couple times, flipped upside down and I couldn't get it to shore, the wind blew it to shore. So I didn't have to go to somebody's private yard to get it. It always came back to the yard I was in, and so. But yeah, I've been looking for a nice catamaran boat. Um, the Hobby King Genesis. All right, is that a catamaran type boat? Yeah, tunnel boat. Yeah, any of those. Yeah, catamaran, tunnel boat. Any of the hydros type looking that had the sponsons out front there. Yeah, any of those. I hadn't heard anything about that. An alligator slip to go over a, but I think they have an airboat um, that they sell. It's kind of a military looking airboat, more like it kind of has the look of a kind of a low profile airboat kind of look to it. It's badass looking. It's a nice looking boat. Oh, you have a real boat for recovery. Yep. Well, that's cool. Yeah, if you've got somebody that can bring a boat, that's awesome. Yeah. And I thought about bringing um, an inflatable an inflatable boat. I have one. Um, but it's just a pain in the ass to carry it in a station wagon with six airplanes. So, you know, I could do it. It'd just be a pain. I'd rather throw a canoe on the roof of the wagon or something canoe-ish like and do it that way. Um, yeah, the self-rating. I think those new ones that those little race boats that Motion just released. Those are self-righting. They're little speed boats that self-right. So if they flip over in the water, they're going to right themselves, and you'll come back. No, not a hovercraft. I don't think it was. It was an airboat, but it was a more streamlined airboat. I have a hovercraft. But it's toy grade. It's a Tyco. It's cool. It works great. It's very cool looking, and it works fantastic. Uh, but it's not a wind condition kind of boat. You know, a hovercraft is kind of a semi control in no wind and no control in wind. If it's windy, the boat's going downwind. There's nothing you can do about it. You can try steering it back into the wind, but you just can't penetrate. It just won't. It won't penetrate. I had it on a tennis court one day, and man, it was fast as shit on the tennis court. The hovercraft. But as soon as the wind picked up, it was one way downwind. I could not get it straightened out upwind and make any penetration at all. It just it doesn't have anything to really bite onto. Um, yeah, that works too. Tennis ball or something like that. Cast it out. Try to get it over the pontoon or some part of the boat. Get it snugged. Somehow caught on it, and then reel it in. Yeah, that's what she said. Oh, that's Fred, really? Forgot to turn the boat on? Well, apparently you didn't do a pre flight or a pre sail check before you threw it in the water. Yeah, a tugboat. Although, the problem with, because it says blunt nose as well. And, sometimes you're going to keep, as you're pushing it, it's going to, probably scoot off the side, and then you're going to have to circle around and get it again. Although it would be fun. I mean, part of the fun would be the retrieval. Um, yeah, I've been looking at the Geico boat for a while now, from Horizon. Um, Again, just boating down here, um, just not as there's a couple of boat clubs around, but they're too far to go now for where I live. So, oh, is Jackson taking off? All right, buddy. Have a good night. You could fish from the kitchen window. Wow. Yeah, I think Hobby King's still in business. I think they're going to go out of business personally. They've pissed off so many people. I think um, it'll probably change names, You know, it'll probably Hobby King will probably go away, and it'll be reintroduced as a new hobby shop. And he's going to try to get past the stigma because so many people are pissed off at him. Um, so it'll just under new management kind of thing, you know. So it probably won't be called Hobby King anymore. It'll be called something else, but it'll probably be still Hobby King. But um, you know, because he's made a lot. The guy that owns it, I think he's an Australian guy, I believe, that owns it, and he seemed like a really nice guy. I saw Flight Test interviewed the guy way back, 5-6 years ago, and he seemed like a nice guy. But the company was not run anywhere near what he said it was. It was terrible. It was that Chinese mentality that tough shit. If you don't like it, don't buy from us kind of attitude. And so now over the years they've gotten much, much better, but they still don't. I have no interest from buying from them, so they still have lost my business. Um, yeah, well, Great Plains. The only reason Great Plains went away is because Horizon killed it. I mean, Horizon bought, you know, Hobbyco or whatever that the parent company was, and they just decided they didn't want to keep Great Plains alive for whatever reason. I don't know why Horizon did that, but when you buy a big corp conglomerate like that, you can do whatever you want with it. Apparently, um, yeah, all the tower brands pretty much are dead. They're doing away with them. I don't know why. I would have thought they would have wanted to keep some of those brands because of the versatility of it. Now they're not competing against those brands; they own them, and they could keep them alive for the people that want to buy those brands. And for some reason, Horizon doesn't see it that way. I think they think if they do away with all those brands, everybody will just buy E-Flight shit or something, or not Hangar 9, and that mentality doesn't make sense. But what are you going to do? They're going to do whatever they want to do, and then nothing we say is going to change that, more than likely. Just checking Rafter Cam out to see if it's working tonight. It is. Look at that. Mike SS isn't here to enjoy that, but there we go. So yeah, little Rafter Cam action going on there. So, Fred, do you live right next door to Mike? Is that what you're putting up on there? Your location? You guys live right next door to each other and don't even know it, huh? That's funny. Thanks, Fred. uh, yeah, this plane looks purple from rafter cam. That's kind of cool, actually. Um, it's definitely from the front. That's the blue color. That's what color it really is. It's a little shade off blue from what you see there, but that's pretty close. Rafter cam is way off. That purple is not really what color this plane is. It really doesn't have any kind of purple to it. A little bit, but the front view is definitely more accurate of the color, for sure. Class of '83. Oh my God. So you two just missed each other. Look at that. 1 year off. So Fred, you had the guy, Miss Geico, huh? It's a pretty boat. I like it. I've been thinking about buying it. Yeah, George, I agree. I just it's sad that Great Plains and what are some of the other brands? I think Fly Zone's gonna, or yeah, I think Fly Zone's gonna go away next. Um, they're doing some stuff with Fly Zone that is not gonna help the brand any. So, yeah, I have a feeling Fly Zone's gonna go away, and that's a shame because they made some great stuff. I have several Fly Zone planes, and I love them. I had one on order that I bought the pre-order deal from Horizon, and they screwed me out of it, which kind of pissed me off. They had that Turbo Beaver they came out with, and I ordered it, and they didn't ship it. They said the credit card didn't wasn't any good, and that's bullshit. I called my credit card company, and they had not rejected any claims on my card in the last year. They said, so nobody tried to use the card, and they declined it. They had no declines on my card. So Horizon lied. They didn't try to sell me the thing. They just didn't, you know, because they kept pushing it off. It was like they didn't want to sell it. So the due in date kept going month after month after month. It kept going back and back and back and back and back. And then finally when they hit, I didn't get one, and I saw that it was available. I was doing a search on Hobbytown, and I saw it available at the Hobbytown. And I'm like, well, how the hell do they have it and I don't? I should have got one. I pre-ordered it. So I called them, and oh yeah, we tried to run your card, and it was declined. Really? So I was pissed because I really wanted that airplane. Because I had the regular Beaver from Fly Zone, and I wanted the Turbo Beaver. And it was declined, and so I called them to ask them why they declined my card, and they said, we haven't had any declines on your card in the last year. So Horizon lied. I didn't call them back to argue with them. What's the point? They don't have any. I'm not going to get one. I don't think they're going to buy one back from a hobby town and then send it to me. So I just, but I wasn't very happy with them that they lied about now sending me the plane I pre-ordered. So, and I don't know why they did that, because apparently they didn't get enough pre-sales. So I don't know. Yeah, Paul, I agree, but we'd have to convince somebody to do it. Somebody'd have to start a company here in America making airplanes, and then try to compete with the offshore stuff, and then say American made right here in the USA, blah blah, and then we would all have to commit to paying a little more, and there's only 20 of us in the room. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of hobbyists across the country. Are we going to get them all to agree to pay more to get one that's made in the U.S.? I don't know. So, and it'd be a big risk for whoever wanted to try it, because if they don't sell, then we're screwed. So, and I think Arrows might be experiencing some of that growth. Growing pains, because well, and that's true too. I mean, a lot of this EPA stuff, I know Snap-on toolboxes had to move to Mexico to paint them because the EPA didn't like the paint they were using in the process, and it was going to be too expensive to retool to paint the boxes here in America, so they moved them to Mexico. So, and that's the problem. The EPA and the FAA are killing us on all aspects. The VQ, I looked up. Where were they being made? I think Korea? Vietnam. Yeah. Yeah, it was either Korea or Vietnam, I think it was. Um, for the VQ planes. Yeah, I don't think the balsa stuff's coming from China. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I looked at VQ's website, and I'm pretty sure it was either Vietnam or Korea is where they were coming from. Well, that's a hobby shop problem, Bill. Not necessarily the manufacturer. It's just the brick and mortar stores are just you know the overhead's too much. Listen, here's the problem, and I know because I had a brick and mortar store for 27 years, and Horizon Hobby was one of my distributors, and it's very hard for me to sell the product for the markup I get on it. You come to my store and you have to pay sales tax. You have to actually have to drive to my store which is gas money for you to come get the plane, pay a sales tax on the plane for the same price you can buy it online and have it shipped to your front door. So it's pretty hard when your distributor is selling against you, okay? And they don't have to pay sales tax, although I guess they do now. It's something in the works there. I'm not exactly sure how that's going. Some places are charging it and some aren't right now. But back in the day when I had my hobby shop, yeah, I'm selling it and they can, so I'm competing. And then Costco was killing me back then because they were selling all kinds of stuff like trains, model train kits and shit. And they were selling it cheaper than I could buy it. So, it was a constant battle. And then Tower, everybody came into my store with a Tower Hobbies catalog. And can you sell it to me for this? Can you sell it to me for this? And I'm like, no, I can't. I pay more than that for it. So, but some of my loyal customers would buy from me anyway. I discounted as far as I could. And I was already discounting stuff. Like an RC-10, kit or something. I couldn't get retail for it. There's no way I could sell it for retail. Everybody was selling it cheaper than that. So I had to match the online prices. So, but Tower Hobbies was killing me. Everybody would bring a Tower Hobbies book in and, and then open it up and say, hey, can you sell it to me for this? So it's tough because I got overhead to pay for. I didn't have any employees as I did it myself. But, I had power bill, rent, and those two things. And I was in a cheap location, guys. That's the only reason I even made it work at all. I was off the beaten path. I didn't have a nice big storefront because there's no way I could make money. If you were on a major highway, the rent would have killed me alone. There's no way I could have survived that way. So I found a place to put a store that was way off the beaten path because I knew people would find me. I was very active in the racing world back then. So I'd go to the racetracks with my, Tightwad Hobby shirt on, and they'd come up and say, where's Tight? And I'd tell them where I am. And then they'd come to the store and buy from me. And word of mouth got around, and which is the best advertising you can get. And, so I did fine. I was doing really well. And, but that's not the norm. Most places have high rent because they're in the mainstream, and I didn't do that. I went off the grid. Oh, that's funny. Right, Chuck. So that's what kills it when your distributor starts selling retail against you, which is what Horizon has always done. Okay, and that kills you. It's very hard to deal with that. When your competitor is your distributor, and I never understood why Horizon does that. I mean, unless they want the brick and mortar stores to all go away, and if that was their plan, it's working. Um, Today's age, I think it's probably inevitable anyway. I think most of us are getting pretty used to the idea and even liking it that stuff could be shipped right to our house and we don't have to go get it. The sales tax thing, especially on these big ticket items, was a big deal. Now that they're charging sale tax, even when you buy it online, I don't think that's quite as big an issue anymore. I like to go to the hobby shop. I would go to the hobby shop to buy wood, like pieces of balsa like this, out of the rack. for fixing stuff, building stuff, plywood, push rods, and some of the stuff's like this. I don't know if you can see it on camera. You can when the plane's not here, I think. Let me wait for the. Oh, wait a minute, I can do that. Hang on a second. Let me do this. Well, you can see it there. This SK metal rack behind me right here. That came out of my hobby shop. I had the balsa rack too. All this wood was in. That was over here. I finally had to get rid of that because termites got in it. I don't know if you can see this, but the bottom of this piece of wood right here is all ate up. This is all termite damage. So the termites got into my balsa wood box. So I had to pull all the wood out of the box and threw the box away because they'd eaten the whole box. But yeah, so that stuff came out of my hobby shop. And then I've got I still have a few kits. I think I have an RC-10 kit. I have a couple of Tamiya kits. Some Futaba radios, Surface radios, that are brand new in the box. I think, well, here's one right here. I think you can see that. That's a old, it's not a 2.4 gigahertz. It's an old 72 or 75 megahertz Surface radio. It's worthless now. Nobody's going to buy it. But I can use it, and that's what I do with this stuff, I put it together myself if I want to play with it, and then I throw one of my own radios in it to play with here. I have 2 Surface radios now on 2.4. The new truck I just bought, the Armin. Boy, those bodies are not sunproof for sure. My body was, my truck was in the car and the sun hit it and melted the body. I mean, destroyed it. It's junk. So now I got to buy a new body for my truck. So I'm really bummed about that. Yeah, the point system too. That's another reason to buy online. That the hobby shop doesn't offer usually. Um, right. Exactly, George. It was brilliant. They're bind and fly products, get you, hooked on Spectrum, all that stuff. Yep. And now they're doing it with the smart stuff. Trying to get you hooked on having to buy their batteries to take advantage of their smart technology. It's brilliant. I'm not going to fall for it because I already have a radio that has all that telemetry stuff, and it works with anybody's batteries, including theirs. So I don't have to buy special batteries. I can buy anybody's battery and plug it in my plane and have telemetry off of it. But they're trying to create a customer for life that's, locked into buying from them. You know, it's a brilliant plan. That's the one thing they're doing right as far as on a business plan. Getting getting rid of companies like Great Plains and stuff, I don't think is a smart plan. I think that's a stupid plan. If they think taking those products off the market is going to force people to buy other products they already have, I think is a stupid plan. Why not win both? What was the purpose? I mean, I know buying the competitor is a way to get rid of the competitor, but why not take advantage of the brands that they had? So I don't understand that market plan. But the whole smart thing and the spectrum thing, I get that. I just, I had too much problem with spectrum right off the bat at the field I was flying at to keep flying spectrum as my main line. I still do. Um, Listen, I'm a sucker for these bind and fly planes too. Hey, Colin, we were just talking about you because Pilot Ryan just got a deal with VQ planes, so we'll be able to buy planes, your VQ planes from through Pilot Ryan Media. That's awesome. Yeah, I know it's not Thursday. Dave made an announcement tonight that he was going to not do a show and he was going to do a fun fly with, if you had Real Flight 9, you could jump in his room and they were going to have a fun fly tonight. So since he did that, I decided I'd do a show for the rest of you guys that don't have Real Flight and couldn't go play in his room. And then I guess he's already done because Dave's in here now. So his show's already done, and now he's in here. At least he was. Maybe he's gone already. I don't know. But thank you, Roy. Listen, I am here for you guys. I didn't start this show tonight because I needed to talk to you. I started because I wanted you guys to have some place to go. Because I'm here for you. And I didn't have any agenda tonight. I didn't bring an airplane or anything because I didn't know. Dave didn't give me any more warning than he gave you guys. I just got the message when you did that he wasn't going to do his show. So I told the wife, I got to go do a show. I got to go. Hurry up with dinner because I got to go. And I came out here and here I am. So, and I'm so glad you guys are here. I'm very happy about that. I thought between the coronavirus shit and people are probably down and bummed and the weather you guys up north are having where you can't go fly and you look forward to these shows and then you did get a show. I said, no, we're going to have a show tonight. So here I am. And I'm very happy to be here for you guys. This is not work for me. I love doing these shows. If anybody else drops their night and nobody picks it up, I'll pick it up. So you'll see me more than once a week if you can tolerate that. Because I'll be happy to do it. I was, I know Wes's show last night, if you guys saw it, he was talking with James about 3D printing stuff. I have a 3D printer. I don't know if you guys saw the show I did, but I have a 3D printer. And I haven't printed any RC airplane stuff yet. But I had printed some real beautiful vases. And I did that to practice because I figured if I made something like that would be useful for decorating around the house, the wife would like it and they look really cool and they do. They're beautiful. So, but I am going to download some of the files off of there's a couple of places I can download files for free and print some stuff. So I'm gonna. I honestly, there's a company. I can't think of the name of it right now, but they make 3D airplanes. You can print an airplane, and they had an F-86 I wanted to print. So that was one of the things I got real hyped on too, was to print that F-86. So I'm going to buy some filament, and it's like $40 to download the file. You just send them $40 over the internet, and you immediately get a file back, download it to your email, and you load it in the machine, and you can start printing immediately. So I might do a 3D print of an F-86 just to do it. I'm still debating on what kind of filament I want to use. Do I want to use something that's flexible and can take a hit? Or do I want to do something super strong and then just don't crash it? So, I agree, George. I'm not knocking Horizon either. I buy their stuff. I'm a, it's sitting on the table. This came from Horizon. This is one of their bind and fly Spectrum. It's got a 636 receiver in it. Um, they make awesome stuff. I just don't. Um, I'm not going to be hooked on the Spectrum stuff because it's not my gig. Now I'll be honest. If they'd have come out with this new telemetry stuff that they're coming out with now, back then when I bought my Tyrannus, they probably would have hooked me because uh, and it still might work for newcomers today. I don't know. If they're not shopping around to find the best deals, then it will work. And they're going to get people hooked all the way. They'll be selling nothing but smart battery packs and smart receivers and everything. Because people aren't going to know any better. They're going to get in the hobby and they're going to get hooked on a Spectrum because of the bind and fly with safe. And then they're going to find out that they can have telemetry by buying these batteries to go with these receivers and all. And yeah, it's going to work for sure. Um, again, brilliant. But I'm not. I got smart quick and realized there was better stuff out there 6 years ago when it was available and wasn't available Horizon. Um, and You're welcome, Paul. And again, it was my pleasure, guys. I absolutely love doing these shows. So anytime somebody's not going to do a show, I'll be happy to jump in. This isn't the first time I've jumped in when somebody didn't do a show. I've done this before. Sometimes Josh Weaven would send me a message, hey, I'm not going to do a show tonight, or Dave's not doing a show tonight, and he would give me a heads up. And then I would do a show. And tonight I didn't get a heads up other than the same time you got the notification that I got, about 7:20, I think it was, that Dave wasn't going to do his show. He was going to do a fun fly. So I decided to do a show. So but yeah, thank you, Paul. And you're very welcome. This is not work for me. I love doing these shows. Um, so yeah, now the Tyrannus. I love my Tyrannus radios. They're great. The Free Sky stuff. But now, the new jumper radios out. Listen, if I was buying a radio today, I would buy the jumper radio. For sure, I'd buy the jumper radio. It's awesome. You know, it does all the protocols right off the bat, so it doesn't matter what you're flying, that radio will fly it. It's open TX, so it behaves identical to the way my Tyrannus behaves. And it's 159 bucks, 16 channel. It's 16. I think it's at least a 60 model memory. I mean, it's an awesome radio. So yeah, I'd be all over the jumper radio if I needed another radio. But I don't. I have two, uh, you know, Tyrannus Pluses, and I'm never going to need another radio. But if I was buying a radio today, that's the radio I'd buy because it's got Spectrum already in it. You guys want to buy Spectrum planes? Fine. No problem. You buy the jumper radio, and you can fly all the Spectrum stuff you want. It's built in. It's already there. Nothing you have to do. So yeah, it's an awesome piece of equipment they came out with for a very reasonable price. 159 bucks is awesome. All right, Chuck. Have a good night, man. Thanks for stopping in. So are you saying, George, that Bledsoe got a BVM jet today, or a jet cat turbine today, or are you saying Bob Violet got one today? I'm not catching what you mean there. The way you wrote it, Bledsoe BVM. So clarify for me, please. Like I said, I'm interested. Is BVM Bob Violet Models got a jet cat today, or Bledsoe got one for his jet today? Almost never is a strong word, but I would say most of the time it's pilot error. But not, there's definitely some things going on that are not pilot error that people are experiencing and they don't understand what's going on. Um, so, is Farmer Man back? I thought he left. Yes, altitude is your friend. You know, I like to fly really low. I mean, I'm scraping the weeds when I fly most of the time. And that cost me an airplane. I got shot down by a guy with a Futaba radio twice that day. Well, I only lost one plane. The second time I got shot, radio hit, I was high enough to save it. But the first time I was right on the deck. So, yeah, you're right, Roy. Same thing here. I lost a brand new. I bought a Pulse, the Pulse 15E from Horizon, um, bind and fly, and I bound it to my DX6i radio because I wanted it on DXMX uh, instead of DSM2, um, because I didn't want it to get shot down. And I put brand new batteries in the radio and everything, and I got shot out at the old flying field with it where we had all the problem. Took off, and I didn't get shit. I wasn't even 40 feet in the air, and maybe 100 yards away from me, and I lost it. Lost the radio. And it just kept flying away, and it flew into a big pine tree way off the property. Brand new. Maiden flight. And then I read online that a lot of people were having brownouts with the DX6i because the voltage is, only like 4.5 volts when you put four AA batteries in it. And they were right. So after that, well, after I lost that brand new airplane, I did a little work on my DX6i. So I cut the battery bay out to take a 3-cell, or no, a 2-cell. This is an 850 milliamp 2-cell pack. Okay? And what that does, and now I can still put AA batteries in it. If I take the battery out of here, unplug it, I use the JST connector. So if I unplug that and tuck the wire away, I can still put the 4 AA batteries in it and it'll still work. Okay? But with the 4 AA's, it's only going to be 4.5 volts, or 5.4 when it's brand new batteries. But But this battery hasn't been charged in months, and it's still at 7.8 volts. So no brownout now. Now my battery meter shows full charge. Where when you have the double A's, and it's only over showing half of. You know. So that was, so when I read that they were having brownouts, and that was why. Okay, so then I see the battery it's just tucked in there. It doesn't stay in. So, would that have saved the plane that day? I don't know. Maybe I just got shot down by those radio towers. I don't know. But I didn't take any more chances. Now, I rarely fly anything on this radio anymore. But I do have one brand new plane that I fly on this. The new Aptera, the 1.2, had a receiver in it that would only work with this radio. Because it doesn't support DXM2. So I had to fly it on that. But, yeah. So that was one of the brownout issues that I had on a plane. And then you guys all know the story on the Avanti. I lost 2 of them with that. That's a speed control issue. It's not a radio issue. Not a speed control issue for the speed control, but the BEC in the speed control. That's the problem there. And I'm going to do a video and a test, and I'm going to upload it once I bench test it and get it to do it. I'm going to let Motion know what I found, and maybe they can fix it. Holy crap. Really? $129.99 for the T16? Oh my god, guys. That is freaking awesome. A computer radio with 60 model memory and all the mixing and everything, OpenTX, and does all the protocols. It's like 70 different protocols. Spectrum, Futaba, Aerotronics, High Tech, all of them. It does them all, right? For $129.99, and it has the Hall effect gimbals in it. Holy crap. That's the steal of the century right there, guys. If Channel 6 doesn't jump on that radio, he's an idiot. At that price, it's unbelievable. Yeah, Michael, that's true, but you're not going to lose an airplane in 100 yards, no matter which way the antenna's pointed. It's something else is at play here. But yes, that can be a factor if the plane's some distance away and the antenna's pointed right at it. Yeah, but not 100 yards. So, I have a little advertisement that just popped up on my screen. Isn't that interesting? Let me get rid of that. Garbage. I wouldn't call it garbage, but it's not your best radio for sure. It's definitely not. It's not. Spectrum definitely makes better radios for sure. But for the most part, I haven't had any trouble with that radio. For the most part. But out of that field, I was having trouble with it. Yeah, the signal from brain to fingers. Yeah. Guys, there's nothing more frustrating when you're like when I lost the Avanti and I'm sitting there with the radio over my head, because that's a reflex. You're flying, and as soon as you lose control, it's this maneuver, right? You got the radio over your head. You're banging the sticks around and nothing. You got nothing. That's the sickest feeling in the world, man, when that happens. Good night, Jermaine. It's good to see you, buddy. Thanks for stopping in. That because you're so helpless. It's like what the hell, and you're just helpless, and that really sucks. I've had some crashes that were pilot error, and they just like, oh well, damn it, whatever. But very few of those. That just doesn't happen very often. I know what my limits are, and I don't exceed them. Yeah, there's guys that can, especially the 3D guys, that can make me look bad for a short period of time until they crash. See, I can't afford to do that. I can't afford to play out there and take big risks, 3D'ing it 5 feet off the ground and all that nonsense, and have something happen and I lose an airplane, because I can't afford to lose airplanes. It hurts. I mean, I just don't have the money to replace them. So I can't take those risks. So, some of those guys can make me look like I'm not a good at pilot. But again, they always crash. Sooner or later, they crash. And then they break an airplane. There's a young kid out at the field that he's a great pilot, but he's always pushing the envelope. And he's always crashing. Not like every day crashing, but, he'll come out and fly that same airplane all week, right? And he's doing all this crazy close to the ground stunt work with it, and he's having a great time, and then, the jig's up and he crashes, and it's pilot error, and he knows it. And then he's bummed because he doesn't have any money to replace it. So he's got no airplane to fly again until somebody else gives him another airplane. So I can't afford to take those chances. There's nobody giving me airplanes. Yeah, Paul, there you go. See, and that's the way I always fly. I'm always right on the deck. I just like to fly low, especially right down the runway, eye level or below, And that's what I was doing yesterday with the jets. It just always looks cool. Well, that's great, Michael. I'm glad they took care of that for you. Um, I haven't had um, I haven't had that luck. Um, I haven't given up on the thought of that, um, but I'm glad they took care of that for you. That's what they need to do. And I can tell you, if it wasn't for motion, Horizon would have never taken care of that for you. They would have just chalked it up to pilot error. It was your fault, and that would have been the end of it. But because of motion, Horizon Hobbies has had to step it up. So, and that's fantastic. So I'm glad they sent you a new airplane. So I still have one of the Freewing AT6s. Um, and I'd like to get the E-Flight AT6. I like it. I like the color scheme on it. It's funny, those two planes are the same scale, but they're very different proportions. Because there's a guy at the field that has one. So I took my Freewing AT6 and put it next to his AT6, and we were comparing. The wingspans are the same, but mine has a lot more girth to it. You know, the width this way, even though the span's the same on both of them, the girth was much thicker on mine. My fuselage was meatier, and I think my fuselage was shorter than his. My tail feathers were all bigger as well. So it was kind of weird. They both by themselves look scale and beautiful, but when you put them next to each other, the differences are obvious. And then you start wondering, well, which one of them is more accurate, you know, size-wise, proportion-wise? Because the proportions are all totally different. And although they both look great and they fly good and everything, the proportion-wise are totally different. So it was really interesting to look at that, to look at the differences. Yeah, didn't Bob Violet just pass away? Like the last couple days? Recent? So you guys that had these problems, did you guys get planes replaced? Did you call Horizon and try to get an airplane out of them? If you haven't, you should. Yeah, that's what I thought, George. I thought I had just heard from somewhere. I don't remember where I heard it. Um, that Bob Violet had just passed away recently. Mikey likes it. What is a Radio Master TX16? What is that? I've never heard of that one. So, Mike, why did you put a bigger prop on that thing? Or you know, what was the? Did you like break the original prop and then you just threw that one on there because you didn't have another one of the other ones, or were you just trying to go faster? What was the what was the idea behind by changing the prop? Okay, so Mikey, where do you get this at? Where did you see this radio? This Radio Master? I'm not familiar with it. Never heard of that brand or the radio for that matter. Huh. And throttled back, it's still overheated the ESC. Wow, that's weird. You know, I would have thought if you were throttled back, it would be. Um, yeah, I would have thought that would have saved, you know, the amp draw, and you'd been all right. That seems kind of weird. Hey, Tim. Good evening. Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, the owner of my flying field did the same thing. They put in the AC 1500 um, is a 4 cell plane, but they put an EC5 connector in it. So most 4 cell packs don't come with an EC5. I know some of the Horizon batteries, the smart batteries do, but um, 4 cell packs generally don't come with an EC5. And so he accidentally plugged a 6 cell pack into it, and it smoked both speed controls instantly as soon as he plugged it in. It he didn't even throttle it. He just that much voltage just cooked him instantly, which I was very surprised. I wouldn't have thought that would have happened. Um, so yeah, um, and I'll be honest. I'll probably do it too eventually. One day I'll probably not be thinking, and I'll throw a 6 cell pack in there because of the EC5 connector, and I'll probably do it too. It's going to be real easy to make that mistake. Um, I'm trying to be very careful of that, so I'm going to keep hoping I stay on top of it. Yeah, all of FMS's planes are on sale. If you go to FMS's website, all their planes are on sale. Just about all of them. So yeah, guys, if there's any FMS planes you're interested in right now, they're cheaper at FMS Direct. Go to their website, FMS Models, and and they have free shipping. Just like everybody else, anything over $99, free shipping. They're not charging sales tax. So yeah, go if there's an FMS plane you want right now, you go right to FMS and buy it because it's on sale right now. The whole line just about. Bonafide pirate. I don't know who that is. He somebody special. We should be taking his recommendations. I never heard of him either. I hate EC3 plugs because once you plug them together, you can't get them apart. So I can't stand those plugs. The EC5 I don't have a problem with. It's fine. It's easy to get apart. It doesn't lock, and then you can't pull the damn thing apart. It's big enough that you can get a good grip of it and pull it apart. So I don't have a problem with the EC5 connector at all. But I hate the EC3 connector. That thing sucks. I purposely put an adapter on all my planes that has an EC3 in it to an XT60 because you can plug the battery into an XT60 female. It works that way. And it won't lock, so it's easy to get it apart. So I automatically put that converter on it just for that reason, because I cannot stand trying to get a damn EC3 connector apart. It's a pain in the ass. I didn't know FMS has a warehouse in Florida. Really? What part of Florida is that in? Yeah, George. Yeah, we all make stupid mistakes like that, and it's just, and I'm like I said, I know I'm going to end up doing it because that's the only four cell plane I own that has an EC5 connector on it. Everything else I have that's four cell is either a Dean's or an XT60. So they came out with this four cell plane with an EC5 connector on it, and the only batteries I really have, other than the one. I only have two four cell packs with an EC5 connector. All my four cell packs are Dean's or XT60. Um, so I know one day I'm going to pick up the wrong damn battery and put it in that damn airplane and blow the speed controls. I just know I'm going to do it. So, um, it's not really going to be a cooking show, Paul. It's going to be about weight loss and how to do it where you can. Um, and I don't know how many of you guys have a weight problem. I've always had a weight problem. My weight has gone up and down so many times it's ridiculous. It's going to be a show on how to eat smart, even if you're eating out, like at Wendy's or McDonald's or whatever. And the quick answer to that is the difference between like a McDonald's salad with grilled chicken in it or crispy chicken, fried chicken in it. The salad's 330 calories with grilled chicken and 850 calories with the fried chicken in it. So, you want to cut your calorie count. You don't have to eat different, so per se. You don't have to starve yourself. You just got to make smart choices. Okay, so that's what my show is going to be about. And by having the grilled chicken, which, okay, maybe it's not quite as tasty as the fried chicken one. I agree with that. The fried one tastes better. I like the flavoring of the fried chicken they put on it more than the grilled, but not enough more that I want to put the weight on to eat it. So there's a saying that's kind of a motto that's been around for a long time. I didn't coin the phrase, but the idea is nothing tastes as good as skinny feels. Okay? And if you can use that mindset every time you order food or buy food or whatever when you're trying to eat, and remember that, and then make the right choice, you can lose weight by eating healthier, smarter, and not starving. I've done every diet there is. Okay, I've done Weight Watchers. I've done uh, the what's that other one? Shit, can't think of the name of it again. I keep forgetting the name of it. I bought a weight loss plan. I think it was something North. Something. It was the guy's name's North. And it was a plan that was a high protein diet. I've done the Atkins diet, and they all work, but they're hard to do on a daily basis. Okay, like when you have a work, and you only get 30 minutes for lunch, and you have to go somewhere quick, a fast food place, and they don't sell anything that's healthy. Okay, so you got to make smart choices. So that's what the show is going to be about. How to live on a budget, because those Weight Watcher plans and the other one, the Nutrisystem, that's the other one. They're expensive. I mean, they have a cheap plan, but the food tastes like crap. It's like eating cardboard. If you want the good tasting food, it's expensive, and then the food tastes good. Well, I can't afford those plans. Christ, it's ridiculous. So, how to eat smart with telemetry. You guys are hilarious. I love it when you come up with this stuff. So yeah, so that's what my show is going to be about, and then it might turn. It's just going to be a video, and then I'll see how many subscribers I get from it, and how many people want to do a show. And just like this, if they come back with a lot of positive feedback and want me to do a live show once a week, then I'm going to do it. I haven't recorded the show. I was going to record it today. I got to do a little more research. I want to have a few more hard facts about the different restaurants that you can eat at and what they have on the menu that's the smart choice versus the bad choice. And then give those examples to people. You know, hey, if the only places you have to pick from are, you know, Hardee's and Subway or something, you know, which is the smarter choice? Which one yields you better bang for the buck, okay, and less calories, and higher protein content, less fat, less carbs, and I'm gonna just kind of do it and then see how it goes, and if it gets me a lot of subs and a lot of viewers, and they want to do a live chat like we're doing now, I'm gonna do it. You know, I don't expect you guys that don't have a weight problem to come watch. You know, just, you know, and you'll know, because it'll be called, if you read the title of the live stream, it'll be called something different than, you know, Hangar 51 episode. It'll be, you know, how to eat fast with Hangar 51, or how to eat cheap with Hangar 51. So it won't start with Hangar 51. It'll be at the end. So you'll know immediately whether it's going to be an airplane show or a food show, okay? But yeah, it's just something I want to share. You know, I've struggled with this my whole life, and I've had to do all kinds of diets, and they're just hard to do, especially when you're on a budget and when you're on a time restraint. You know, where can you go and on a 30-minute lunch break? You know, you have to go somewhere fast food, or you have to bring a lunch. You know, pack your own lunch. So yeah, so that's all. It's not a cooking show, although it might turn into that, because I can cook. So I might actually show people how to cook healthier too. That wasn't my main focus. My main focus was living in today's world with all the fast food available, you know, and you only get 30 minutes for lunch. You know, where do you go to eat? Because dinner usually isn't the problem. It's pretty easy to eat healthy at dinner time, okay? Because you have time to make choices. You can go eat in a nice restaurant that has healthy food, or you can stay home and cook healthy food. But yeah, Subway Jarrett. Yeah, basically it's along that lines. But let's face it, Subway's not the cheapest food in town. So, you know, if you're on a budget, eating at Subway every day is not going to be the answer. And you coffee drinkers that like those, you know, super fancy lattes that you get from Dunkin' Donuts or Subway, you know how many calories are in those things? And it's all fat. Listen, a good friend of mine, she spent a lot of money to have her stomach, you know, she did the gastro bypass thing to lose weight, right? And it was working. She lost, I don't know, I think she lost 80 pounds at one point. And then she put like 40 of it back on. And I looked at her and I said, how in the hell did you do that? Oh, I got hooked on these Dunkin' Donuts coffees in the morning. And they were like 800 calories or some shit. So she's starting her day off with 800 calories and then trying to eat, because you get hungry the rest of the day. And yeah, she put 40 of the pounds back on. Now, it really hurt me to see her go through that much pain. You know, between losing all the weight and then putting it all back on because she got hooked on these stupid coffees. Yeah. So again, just yeah, brown bagging. You know, that's the best way to do it. But again, for a lot of people, it's not realistic. Um, you know, it takes more effort. Listen, willpower is the biggest part of this, and a lot of people just don't have it. Okay, they just don't. So I figured if I give them choices, and they live by the "nothing tastes as good as skinny feels" motto, if they keep that in their head and keep saying it, and then they're at the McDonald's thing and know that they can get that salad for 330 calories with grilled chicken, or the 850 calorie fried chicken, if they really believe the "nothing tastes as good as skinny feels" motto, they'll pick the grilled chicken salad and save 550 calories or 500 calories. And if they don't, then they're really not in it. They're not in it to win it. You know, they're just not trying. So the people that really want to lose weight and are willing to try it without starving, because you're not going to be hungry either way. They're the same amount of food. It's just a healthier way to eat it. Um, so, yes, it's a mindset, exactly. So if you don't put your mind to it, if you really aren't gonna, if you're really not in it to win it, then you're just not gonna win. You're not gonna. It's not gonna work. But for the people that are just, depression has a lot to do with it too, guys. You know, when you're overweight and look like crap and feel like crap, you get depressed, and then you're so depressed that you don't want to take the time to make your own lunch. You want convenience. There's a lot at play here besides just eating food. There's a whole big picture that comes into play. See, one of the other tricks is, you're late at night, you're watching a movie, you stay up all night. That's not healthy. That's one of my biggest problems. Is I stay up all night watching TV or doing my show, but usually watching TV, watching YouTube, or watching movies on Netflix or Kodi. Um, and you get hungry. So, what do? Well, you go pick up a bag of chips or a bag of cookies or whatever, and you bring the whole bag back to the couch, and next thing you know, you've eaten the whole bag, right? So, and I know you guys know what I'm talking about because I'm sure you've all done it one time or another. So now anything after like 6 p.m. is 100% protein. So now when I get hungry, I go get lunch meat. And I don't bring the whole bag of lunch meat or the package of lunch meat back to the couch. I grab 3 or 4 slices of lunch meat out of the bag, put the bag back in the refrigerator, go sit down and snack on that. And then 15, 20 minutes later, if I'm hungry again or still hungry, I'll go get another 4 slices. Okay? And because I have to get up out of the chair, so if you're being lazy, and you might stop eating because it's just too much work to go get the food, right? So you might stop eating because of that, or at least you're going to burn a few calories going to the refrigerator to get the food. And yeah, I'm usually up till 4. That's my 3 to 4 is my usual when I fall asleep time. Um, so, but anyway, how much did you weigh, Mike, when you were diabetic? And are you still diabetic? Yeah, frozen fries and onion rings. That's perfect. Especially late at night. That's what you need to eat. That'll really that'll take the weight off. you know. So yeah, I'm just when you eat and what you eat when you eat makes a big difference. So if you're going to sleep with all that carbs in your stomach, it's all going to turn to fat. If you're eating carbs like that in the middle of the afternoon and you're working, especially if you have a physical labor job, then you're going to burn that stuff. So that's okay. It's still not okay, but it's better than eating it when you're sitting on the couch watching a movie, Because if you're not exercising, it immediately just turns to fat. Yep, that's a great plan, but not everybody can eat 5 small meals a day. Okay? Depending on what your job is, you might not be able to take, 2 or 3 lunch breaks, to eat a snack while you're at work. Just depends on your job. So, but yeah, they say you should eat every 2 hours is the best way to do it. But that's just not realistic. So, and it's going to be different for everybody. So I'm just going to give them a bunch of options of things I've learned over the years, what works and what doesn't work, and and then they can decide how they want to use that information and whether they're really in it to win it or not. Yeah, popcorn. Paul. That's it. I'm a big popcorn guy too, but that's not a late night smart choice. It's carbs. Okay, the lunch meat idea is a much better idea. You're still going to fill up on food. You're not going to be hungry, and it's all protein. If you're eating sliced turkey or sliced chicken, you know, much healthier than the popcorn, um, especially late at night. Now, if the middle of the afternoon, you go to the movies or whatever, or you're watching a movie and you want to eat some popcorn, yeah, that's different because you're going to get up and move around. You'll burn the carbs from the popcorn. Um, right, and that's the smart thing. That's the best thing to do, George, is just stop eating at night. You know, so if you go to bed at a regular time, like 10 or 11 o'clock, you're not going to be hungry past dinner enough to go get more food. You're going to go to bed and go to sleep. But idiots like me that stay up all night, sometimes I get hungry late at night. And I used to go get cookies or popcorn or bag of chips, Doritos. You know, you can't lose weight doing that crap. That ain't gonna work. So now I eat lunch meat when I get hungry, and it's working. Now I go get a couple slices of lunch meat, and I eat that, and cures the hunger. I'm not hungry anymore, and I burn lots of calories, and it's working. I take glucophone 1000 twice. My AC1 is 6.5, which is perfect. What is that stuff? Is that an over-the-counter pill or is it a prescription pill? I'm guessing it's an over-the-counter, but yeah, Paul, I always cook on the grill. I cook on the grill almost every night. I cooked a steak on the grill tonight. I never fry anything. Um, the only thing I've had deep fried at all recently has been a turkey at Thanksgiving. And if you pull the skin off of it, because it's not breaded, that's the frying. The oil doesn't get into the meat, and then that's fine. But that's the only thing I've eaten deep fried. I don't eat deep fried anything. Um, and I don't have I have a George Foreman grill, but I never use it. I don't even bother to take it out. I just go outside. I got a grill outside. I fire it up. Just like tonight, I cooked a big steak tonight um, before I did the show. You're out of Dodge. Michael, does that mean you're leaving? Oh, it is prescribed. Wow. Okay. What did you go to? What doctor prescribed that for you? You got a regular general practitioner? Did you go to a special? Geez, I don't even know what would be a specialty for that. A Wow, George. So is your dog way overweight? Or he's just diabetic? It's usually the overweight dogs that go diabetic. I haven't heard of a normal size healthy dog going diabetic. This would be the first time I heard that. But I've heard overweight dogs because, you know, my wife works with a woman that feeds her dog nothing but people food. You know, a nutritionalist. Yeah. Well, that's cool. So does that? What is it? What is it? How does it work? Is it just making you less hungry, or does it literally help your body burn calories? You know, not absorb the fat and just burn calories. Well, Paul, it's working for me. I'm steadily losing weight again. Um, I'm only about 40 pounds overweight. Um, and I can tell you for one thing right off the bat, I feel better. Um, I'm not dropping a lot of weight in a hurry, but I didn't put it on in a hurry either, and that's what people can't wrap their arms around. They got fat. They didn't get fat overnight. It was a long time of eating the wrong shit till they got to the point where they're just disgusted with themselves, and then they want it all off in a week, and that's just not realistic. Okay, so I'm trying to bring an approach to these people that's affordable and doable. And what I mean doable is they don't have to work at it. You know, if they want to eat at a fast food restaurant like McDonald's, Wendy's, whatever, there's choices, smart choices that will help them lose weight. And they don't have to starve to do it, and they don't have to spend a fortune to do it. So that's the plan. Okay. Um, there's all kinds of ways. Listen, the stupidest and fastest way to lose weight is hyperthermic. All right? And there's videos. Go on YouTube. You can watch it. You get in a bathtub full of ice. And you stay in there till you can't stand it anymore. Okay? And then you're gone hypothermic. And then you go lay in bed and shiver all night, like I did when I got the frostbite on my leg. And the next day you're 12 pounds of fat. You're burning fat. Your body is trembling and trying to protect the organs from frost, from freezing. And it's burning fat to do it, to create heat. And I lost 12 pounds that night when I had my leg episode. And that stayed off for almost a month. So it wasn't water weight. It was fat that I burned off in one night. And boy, I felt great the next day after losing all that weight. But then, eating stupid, I put it all back on. It took about a month, and I put it all back on. And I really don't want to go through the hypothermic thing again, although it's been on my mind. It was hard on the body. I mean, it was, and not just physically. I mean, that night I was a mental mess. I had a fever. I was delirious. I was saying all kinds of stupid shit and had no idea. I was dreaming and thought it was live, and it was just a crazy night. Um, and I didn't do it on purpose, but it happened. And that's good, George. Normally, uh, it should take about a year, depending on how overweight you are. Um, it should be a slow, long process, not an immediate, overnight kind of deal. Yeah, you can go out and run around for miles and miles and miles and burn it off, go to the gym and all that. But you know what? Fat people can't really go to the gym. I'm talking obese, way overweight people. You can barely walk around. There's no way you're going to get on a treadmill or a cycle machine or whatever and, and do any real damage, get any real weight. You're going to be exhausted too fast. and you're not really going to do yourself any good. It's just inconvenient. The judges, the gyms cost money usually, to join them, and it's not realistic. If you're healthy and you want to tone, yes, going to the gym, weightlifting, working out is perfect. But if you're just fat and you want to lose weight, that ain't the way to do it. It's just too hard to do it that way. So you got to start with, the basics. And the basics is you got to eat right. Just eat right, eat small meals, do a little bit of exercise. Listen, the North plan that I was on, whatever the guy's name was, something North, he had the 10-second workout. Okay? So every day you were supposed to exercise something, anything, didn't matter what, for 10 seconds. Okay, which is basically 10 push-ups, 10 sit-ups, 10 whatever, And you just work a different muscle every day, and you do it for 10 seconds. And it works. I mean, you tone, the muscles you're working are going to tone. If you start doing it every week, and like every Monday you're going to do your arms or whatever, you start toning up. I mean, you're exercising those muscles, and it works, And it's not an overnight success, but over time, you will tone your body, all the muscles that you're exercising, and those burn calories. Every time you burn, you build muscle, you're burning calories, and it works. So, like I said, I've done them all, and they all work, but they're just not as practical, or just making smart choices is the easiest way to do it without starving. Is just eat smart. Stop eating fried food. You can't sit down and eat a whole pizza. Those things just ain't gonna work. I don't care. And you can't do it for 3 weeks and lose 10 pounds, and then think, oh, I'm gonna celebrate. I'm gonna go out and eat a pizza. No, you can't, because you're just gonna put all that pizza. It's gonna turn right back into fat, and the 10 pounds you lost are gonna come right back on. One pizza will put the 10 pounds right back on. So. Mac skin food. What is that? Oh, okay. And that's exactly right. So your pancreas creates insulin. And insulin is what turns your carbs into fat. So, that's why you got to eat you got to have a protein rich diet without a lot of carbs. All right, George. Thanks for being here tonight. Appreciate the kind words, guys. I really do. Thank you. And I'm very happy to do the show for you guys. If you guys have my text number, and somebody, like if Dave's RC misses a show, send me a text. Hey, Dave's not on. Do a show, and I'll be out here. I'll absolutely come out and do a show. So I know a lot of you guys have my number. Don't be afraid to use it. Send me a message. I'd be happy to do shows for you guys. I think a couple of these guys are getting burnt out. Like Dave Marshall says, I've been doing this so long, I have a museum of history. And I do. I was going to bring my Futaba radios out the other night. Couldn't find them. I think I know where they are. So this Thursday I might bring those out. Now I always have something to talk about. Even like tonight we were talking cars, which is right in my wheelhouse. Because I got some super cool cars. RC cars, I got a shitload of those. So I can pull those out put it on the table and light it up, have all the lights going, the music playing, and do all the fun stuff with that. I've got a couple of heavy equipment RC stuff that I might add to now that Motion is selling some heavy equipment stuff. If it's RC, I own it. So, um, RC reviews. Hey, man, good to see you tonight. So anyway, yeah, to answer your question, it's not necessarily going to be a cooking show, but if it takes off well and I get a lot of subs and a lot of followers, and they want to do live shows and stuff, it could turn into a cooking show. It's not going to change this show, though. This show's always going to exist. This is my main love, so this is always going to be here. If I do a live show for the food thing, it'll definitely be on another night. And probably another time. Probably start earlier, maybe 7 or 8. So I'm trying, so that I can still be in everybody else's shows, depending on what night of the week it is. So we'll see. Just playing it by ear. We're gonna take it slow. I'm just gonna do a probably about a 30 to 40 minute video. Not a live stream, but just a video, and put it up and see what kind of response I get. And if I get a big response, then we might take it live. And if I don't, it'll be a once and done thing, and that'll be the end of it. We'll see. Yeah. So what do you think, Mike? If I'm doing a build video, do you think it'd be better to do them in short, like do each part of the build as a separate video, and and then number them one, tail section, 2 engine install, 3 wing install kind of deal, and then you can watch them in segments, or do you think it'd be better to leave them all as one big long video? What do you think? And you have my first one. What do I have your first one? Oh, see, I love vegetables. We eat vegetables. Squash, zucchini, and onions. We had them tonight with the steak, and um, I have a way of cooking them in the microwave. We put them in butter and margarine. Low fat. Margarine with like garlic salt and some seasoning, and we pop them in the microwave until they're al dente, which is almost soft and squishy. They've got a little bit of meat to them, kind of. That's what they call al dente. Yeah, that's quick and easy, and pretty damn healthy. There's very little calories in the butter I use. We always buy the low fat whatever margarine. I don't use real butter. Well, sometimes depending on what I'm making, but I bake usually with real butter. But I haven't done any baking in a long time. Yeah, okay, I got you. Yeah, the Fatabas wasn't my first radio. This craft radio here, this is my first radio. Bought this in 1973. It's a Series 70, so it was a 1970 radio I bought used in 73. So this is my very first radio. The Fatabas came later. After craft, I flew this radio for many years. It's only 3 channel, but I flew everything, even aileron planes. Either I would mix the aileron and rudder together, or it didn't have a rudder at all, just aileron. Ailerons and a tail wheel, if it was a warbird. So that's how we got away with saving weight, only having 3 channels. Um, that kind of stuff. Because my pylon racers were all 3 channel. They didn't need a rudder and an aileron. And usually I only had one aileron. Just an aileron on one wing, not two. Because at the speeds we're going at, it doesn't take very much deflection of a control surface to get a lot of movement. When you're doing 160 to 180 miles an hour, real speed, not scale speed, real speed, then it takes very little deflection of a control surface to get it to do something. So that's the way my pylon racers were. So I flew those when I was pylon racing. That was my radio, and then when I went to the Quickie 500s, and some of the other stuff, like a SIG Cadet or a SIG like this Cub up here I've got. Some of that stuff, is when I started flying the Futaba radio. And a couple of pattern ships. I've got a big half-built, I never finished it. I got a big pattern ship up here. I think it's a... I don't remember the name of it. But yeah, then I would fly the 4 or 5 channel radio, the other radios I had, but the Futaba, I don't think, actually the Futaba wasn't my second radio either. I had 2 Royal radios. One of them sitting right up there. It's a 2-stick conventional like we have now. But my favorite radio was the single stick radio that you cradle to fly. And I can't find it. I found it one day, and I put it someplace where I wouldn't lose it, because I love that radio, and I wanted to show the guys out at the flying field, and now I can't find the damn thing. I don't know where I put it. So I got to find it again. When I find it, I'll bring it on the show and show it to you. It's a really cool radio. That was made by Royal. And then I went to the Futabas and flew them for many years. And then the first 2.4 gigahertz stuff I bought was the ready to fly stuff. There was a helicopter sitting here. I forget where that went. I bought a couple of real, 4-channel, not the stupid little that have a, motor pointed straight up to tilt the plane, the helicopter forward and backward, a dual rotor. No, regular full 4-channel collective pitch, or not so much a collective pitch, but it had the cyclic head rotor, so you could tilt the blades forward and side to side, and then the tail rotor had deflection blades to make it yaw one way or the other. Regular helicopter. And so I bought a couple of those that came ready to fly with radios when they were on 2.4 gigahertz. So I started flying those around, and then I found the bind and fly stuff from Horizon and got hooked on those right off. They had just started coming out with these nice planes with the lipo batteries. I didn't find that stuff until we are already in lipo. Some of you guys might remember some of the older stuff where they were still trying to fly the airplanes with NICAD batteries, and oh my God, what a nightmare that was. I mean, the planes were crap, And the Nikon batteries are so fucking heavy that they wouldn't fly the plane anyway. So they were terrible. Um, so I broke into the new 2.4 gigahertz bind and fly stuff right when it got good. You know, I was still flying all the old stuff, and then racing the cars. I did the cars for a while. Got out of airplanes temporarily while I was racing the cars for a few years, not that long, about three, maybe 4 years, where I was racing the cars pretty heavily, and I would go out and throw a plane in the air around here or something, but I really kind of put the airplanes aside. Yeah, the Heathkit radio. I remember talking about that. Yep. Oh, you'll get notified, Paul, because it's going to be on the same channel. So if you're getting my notifications for these shows, you'll get notified on the other show as well. You know, but the title will be different so that you'll know if it doesn't start with Hangar 51, then it's going to be the food show because it's going to end with Hangar 51. It's going to be, how to lose weight or whatever with Hangar 51. Whereas now it's Hangar 51 and then what I'm doing or, live show or whatever. But I'm just going to change the title where Hangar 51 will be at the end of the title, not at the beginning. And then you'll know whether it's a food show or not. And then you'll decide whether you want to watch it or not. You're still going to get notified. I'm not going to make a separate channel. Do you guys watch the Blanco Lirio show? Do you guys know what show that is? So how long have you been back in the hobby, Mike? Because the XK X520 is a pretty new airplane. That's only been about what, a year or two? So are you back? Are you that new back in the hobby? Okay, yeah, that's what I was say. I think that XK's only been out for 2 years. So okay, all right, well that's cool. Paul, you really think segmenting the videos would get more views if I made short little videos instead of a long one? Because I'll try that. I mean, the next build I do, like the P40, I can do it in small bites and then let people watch it as they want. I always thought people wouldn't want to keep having to start a new stream. They would just want to sit down and watch it. If I, you know, today we're going to do the tail surfaces on the SR22, and you just have to put the two screws in here and the two on the bottom there, and screw that on and hook up your control horns, and that's all there is to it. Okay, we'll see you next time when we're going to talk about the wing. Uh, I can't see that working, honestly. I just obviously the P40 was way more intense than what one of these is, but I still can't think that they would want to keep having to search unless I did it in a. I guess I could do it in one of those group things, a video group that would just auto run from 1 through 10 or whatever, how many segments there are, and then they should load as a group. I don't know. I've never done that yet. I haven't tried that yet. Okay, thank you, RC Flyer. Appreciate that. I like the feedback. It's helpful. Um, I think sometimes some of us have a different impression of what we think's going to work, and your feedback's the only way I know, guys. Thank you, Mike. Yeah, I did put a lot of detail in the video. Listen, I have no problem bragging or whatever you want to call it that RC Informer, um, you know, imitation is the greatest form of flattery, and it's true. I mean, I've watched so many of Rich's streams, RC Informer, and he's pretty detailed about how he fixes these airplanes. Not just builds them, but fixes them. And most of his fixes have been on the LX model stuff because, you know, they need it. Um, and they're very detailed. So when he's done, I mean, you really know how to fix it. It's not like, well, did he do it like this? Or there's no question when he's done how you need to do it. I mean, if you want to do it like his, it's very easy to follow his directions and do exactly what he does. There's no interpreting. Well, did he mean to do it like this or like this? There's never a question like that. It's always cut and dry how he's doing it. Um, so I try to be as detailed as he is. I haven't done a lot of the big vote videos like that, but the P40 needed it because I know it's a popular airplane, and nobody had done a build video on it. You know, hey Ronnie, good morning, good evening, good to see you. Yeah, he did the LX model, the B25, the Mitchell, the big Mitchell, and that thing's freaking huge. And he did a very detailed build on that. How to tape up all the wires to keep them out of the glue, and what part needed to be glued and what part not to glue, and where to tape it off, and how to set it up with the weight on it to get the gaps to be tight. And it was very thorough. It was a good video, very good video. Um, and it's got a lot of views, and people have been using that video for years on how to build that particular airplane. And Pete from Banana Hobbies also did a build video on that, but his wasn't near as detailed as Rich's. Um, but neither Pete or Rich had done one on the P40. So since there wasn't a build out there on it, I figured I'd do one because the LX models really take a lot of work to put together. So if you're going to buy one of those, it's very helpful to have a build video on it so that you know how to fix it. Even Dave's RC was talking about that Russian plane that he's building right now. He was following Rich's video. And I guess a lot of the stuff that Rich did to fix his plane, the factory's already done now. So when you get the plane, some of the stuff Rich did is already in the plane. They've already made those changes at the factory. So that's great news. So thank you, Ronnie. Appreciate that. So Mike, weren't you talking about getting a new transmitter? Were you one of the ones that was looking for a new radio? I can't remember for sure. I thought you were. All right, Paul. Good. So I know you'll be watching my food thing. That's good. Um, yeah, I'm gonna do it. I might do it tomorrow. I got to do some more research. I want to go on a few more websites and look up the calorie count on the different choices. And yeah, now see, and that's kind of what. See, when Juan started his show, it was about motorcycles, Oh, so you did buy the DX8E recently? Okay. Um, so he started this show on motorcycles, and then he got, you know, and I don't know if you guys, you probably know the story if you watch the show as much as I do, that channel's name was his wife's channel. He just took over her channel. It's a Texas flower, I think, or a Spanish flower. What did he say it was? That's what the Blanco Lirio is, of flower. And it was his wife's favorite flower, and that's why she named it that. And he just ran with it. And it started out, it was all about his motorcycling. And then it turned into, I think it turned into something else. And then it turned into aviation. But what really put him on the map was covering the Orville spillway system. He was given almost daily updates to the Orville rebuild of the dam and the spill that failed a couple years ago and flooded out part of that part of California. And he did most of the reporting from the air from his little Mighty Luskin, small airplane, which helped build the airplane part of the channel. So I guess between the aviation part of it, because he was flying his little plane and talking about the plane while he was flying it, and covering the progress on the dam, that it got a super lot of subs that really took the channel to a new level. And then he started using the aviation part of it in his own job as a pilot, and brought that to the mixes. And now the show's a big show. I watch him all the time. I like him. He's a really nice guy. Some of his editing is kind of funny, but it's good. I mean, it's okay. It's not. I wouldn't say it's well done, but we're not watching it for that. It's not that kind of entertainment. We don't care that he's repeating himself or stopping in the middle of a sentence and then it does a quick start again. That's all fine because he's just giving us good information, and it doesn't affect the way you watch it. Now, if he was trying to do a production where it was a movie kind of thing, it would be pretty bad. But it's fine for what he's doing, and it's not a problem at all. And he's not the only one that does it like that. But I really like him. I'm a big fan. I watch his show. I got him on notification, so every time he does a show, I watch. Now, if it's a show I'm not interested in, because he has it all lumped into one. And sometimes when he goes motorcycle riding in the hills, listen, I have motorcycles too. I'm not against motorcycles, but I really don't want to see him go trail riding with his son. I'm not that interested in that at this point of my life. The aviation stuff I'm really interested in, but him going trail riding with his son is not a big deal for me. And I usually start watching it anyway because I like the guy, but I get bored with it pretty fast, and I usually click it off to something else. But yeah, he's got it all in one. It's all, and Ryan's doing the same thing now. He's going to do the trucks, and he's going to keep it in the same show, which is smart. Why would you want to try to maintain two channels? Just put it all on the same channel. And the people that want to watch the truck stuff and not the airplane, maybe he needs, like I'm going to do, where I'm going to, if it's airplane related, it's going to start with the words Hangar 51. And if it's about food, it's going to end with the word Hangar 51. And that's how people will be able to distinguish what I'm talking about that day, whether it be model airplanes or food. And maybe Ryan needs to do something like that. Pilot Ryan Media airplanes, and then, monster trucks with Pilot Ryan Media. Maybe if he just does simple like that, that'll work, and he can keep it all in one channel. And again, you'll know whether he's talking about surface vehicles or planes by the way the title reads. And you guys that don't give a crap about his trucks don't have to watch, and vice versa. And so that's what I'm going to try for now. I'm not going to make another channel and all that. too hard to maintain two channels and keep the subs and the watch hours up where they're not going to penalize me like they are right now. You know, my watch hours aren't high enough, so I still haven't gotten monetized where you guys can give me super chat money or whatever, because and I don't get any ad space or anything because I can't keep 4,000 viewers, or not 4,000 viewers, 4,000 watch hours. Okay, since January 1st, it's the clock reset, and I haven't built up 4,000 hours of watch time yet. So you guys go out and watch more of my videos. Just go back in the archives of my show and watch all the old stuff. There's good stuff out there. But anyway, yeah, that's part of the problem. So I definitely don't want to start another channel that would combine the two to get me there faster, the watch hours, 4,000 watch hours. If I start a second channel, then I'd have to do that on two channels. Still have to get 4,000 hours here and 4,000 hours there, and that would suck. So that's why I'm going to combine them. I'm just going to leave it all on the one channel. See, there you go. And that's a perfect example. So you're not interested in the trucks, but if Ryan gets boats, you would be interested in those. So exactly, and that's why I don't think it would be. You know, he's kicking around the idea of starting a second channel too, and I don't think he needs to. I think he can make it all work on the one channel. You know, he just has to. I think you can make it work by just highlighting the title. You know, if he did fast boats with Pilot Ryan Media, then you're going to know it's a boat show and you're going to watch because you're interested in boats. But, tanks with Pilot Ryan and you're not into tanks, well, then you're not going to watch. You'll see it in your notification and, oh, he's talking about tanks. I don't want to watch that. You see what I mean? So that's what I'm going to do. And hopefully it'll keep everybody, notified, and at the same time I don't lose subs trying to keep two channels running. I won't hold my breath, Ryan, I promise. Are you gonna do tanks? Well, that's true too. The thumbnail should give it away. You're right. And I don't know what my thumbnail will be for the food show, but yeah, exactly. The thumbnail should give it away. You're right. That absolutely should definitely, because that's the first thing I notice. I before I read the title, I look at the picture. So. Yeah, I used to watch the RC Sailors. I don't watch them anymore. I unsubscribed to that channel. I don't remember exactly why. They were doing something I didn't care for. I don't know if it was the way they were doing their commercials or if they were doing too many. That was years ago when I was watching them. I think they just weren't that knowledgeable about the hobby at the beginning. They were reviewing stuff, and they really didn't know what they were doing. Nat was struggling to even put the stuff in the air because they weren't reading the directions. They did no preamp, preparing for the video. They just would take it out of the box and so I just got disenchanted with it. So I unsubscribed to the channel. I didn't want to watch them anymore. They weren't giving me anything I wanted to watch anymore. So yeah, I stopped watching them. They're probably better now. They've been doing it a long time now, so they probably are doing a better show now. I probably should go check them out again. But right, White Lily. Thank you, Paul. That's right. That's exactly what Juan said. That well, you guys are on it. You're on top of it. So yeah, I really like his channel, and like I said, he's combined all of the different activities he does into one channel. So Ryan, there's no reason why you can't do the same thing. It's working for him. So yeah, absolutely. I don't think you need to start another channel and try to go through all the. You work too hard to get this channel where it is. God, don't start over for Christ's sake. Just keep it going here. You know, we'll figure it out. Yeah, that's true too. They're more speaking to the kids than adults. Um, and then sometimes Abby would start digging Nate with about who's wearing the pants in this outfit, and that just threw me off too. I didn't care for that little rivalry they had going on. It didn't happen too often, but you know when Abby would get pissed, you could tell. Yeah, and I don't know. The whole thing just kind of threw me off, and I was subscribed for a while, and then I unsubscribed. There's another show I used to subscribe to. It's called Vintage Space. You guys ever watch that one? That's another show I unsubscribed to. Um, she's very knowledgeable. I forget her name right now. Um, um, but she's got a couple of degrees in astrophysics and shit, and she loves the old Apollo and the Saturn and all the old rocketry stuff, right? So she's got this vintage, space channel about the moon and all that stuff, and she's very knowledgeable. And she speaks in English. I mean, you understand what she's telling you. It's not all this big word crap, and you're like, huh? It was a good show, but it became too much about her. Okay, and it was driving me nuts. Like she'd go to an aerospace museum someplace to try to take you along, and she's holding the phone like this the whole time, where she's in the picture. She's talking about the space capsule behind her, and instead of just filming the space capsule and talking about it, she's in the picture talking about it. And I'm like, I don't need to see your face. Show me the damn aircraft. What the hell are you with? She's always in the frame, And I was like, okay, enough of that. So I unsubscribed to her channel too. You know, just you know. And then the one that really pissed me off was when she was trying to build the big Saturn rocket, and she was getting so pissed off on camera. And I'm like, well, then why the hell are you building this damn thing? I mean, I want to watch some woman getting mad at the kit because she's having trouble putting it together. Yeah, that's good entertainment. So that was the final straw, and that's when I finally just said, okay, I'm done with this channel, and I unsubscribed for that one too. Um, there are very few channels I've unsubscribed to, but those two in particular are the two that I quit watching. Yeah, RC Girl, I'm subscribed to her channel. I don't have the notification button on because most of the time she's not really talking about anything I want to want to see. But I check her out now and then. I go to her channel every once in a while. You know, there's a day when I'm like, I wonder what she's up to, and I'll just go to her page, her channel, and scroll through what she's been working on and see if there's anything there that's interesting. You know, so that I'll do that a couple, 3 times a year. Usually just to see what she's up to. But for the most part, I don't really find her show that interesting. First Lieutenant Pete, yeah, he cracks me up with that. Yeah, yeah, he's a cute little kid. You know, and it's funny the way he, um, you know, he's got the pointer and he's banging himself in the head because he's trying to remember his lines. Yeah, I enjoy that. That's fun. You know, who's ultra sexy clickbait? RC girl? Is that who we're talking about, Mike? It must be because you're the one that brought it up. Yeah, she's definitely easy on the eyes for sure. You know, I think Abby's pretty sexy too. Abby's the reason I started watching the show. You know, when it was RC Sailors, because she's pretty cute. But I just lost total interest in that show, so I don't watch anymore. Um, yeah, it doesn't hurt to have a good-looking woman on your show at all, for sure. Um, there's a there's another show. Um, it's a woman pilot flying a the hell's it called? It's not a helicopter. It's a gyrocopter. So what is it called? A gyrocopter girl or something like that? There's another one. Super sexy, super hot girl flying a gyrocopter around with, I guess, her husband or her boyfriend, and and she's usually wearing practically nothing. Um, and she knows it. She's super hot, and she knows it. Um, so yeah, having a hot girl on the show definitely gets you views, no doubt about it. Pilot Ryan flies sexy. Yeah, Gyro Girl. Yeah, I knew it was something like that. Yeah. Vavoom. Yeah, yeah, she's pretty vavoom for sure. What is she, Swedish or something? She doesn't speak English. I don't think she does. It's got a heavy accent if she does. I can't remember. I haven't watched that show in a while. But I thought it. I don't think she's speaking English. I don't remember. But good looking though. Didn't care what she had to say. But I don't. I don't watch that anymore either. RC Safari. I think I've seen that show. That title seems familiar. I know I'm not subscribed to it, but I think I've watched it a few times. There's another one. If you guys watch Baron Pilot, they fly a twin Baron. This guy and his girlfriend or wife. Actually, it's the wife. Um, she's amazingly hot, and now she's even dressing to get views. You know, at first she wasn't being very provocative, but now she is, and she's very good looking. And now she's dressing with all kinds of short skirts and heels, and hell, she was washing the plane in one of their videos recently in a bikini. So she's laying under the plane in a bikini, washing the airplane. So, yeah. You think they got any views on that video? And she's very pretty. She's very pretty, and she's smart. I think I've read in the chat that she's an air traffic controller. I don't think she is, but she can speak the lingo for sure. She definitely can talk to ATC. With perfect knowledge of what she's saying and how to say it. Um, she's done enough of it for her husband because she's usually handling all the radio call while they're flying around, and they're always flying in controlled airspace. Um, so yeah, she's. But I've been watching them for years, and she's just recently, like in the last 6 months, decided that she's going to use her sexuality to get more views. So she's been dressing the part now. She's always gone on something pretty provocative. Either it's a low cut, V-neck kind of top, or a short skirt, sexy hot pants, butt tight, and heels. And so she's really up that part of the game. They flew right down here they're in Florida here, but they're in South Florida. And they flew up to St. Pete a couple weeks ago to eat at the restaurant here, just before this last weekend was supposed to be the Grand Prix, the St. Pete Grand Prix, and it was called off. They flew up a couple weeks before while they were still putting the barriers up for the racetrack, and had lunch at the airport there at the restaurant at the airport, and then they went to the museum, which is right there, the Daliama, whatever it's called, whatever. And so they showed her walking around the museum in her short skirt and high heels. I think they were high heel boots she was wearing. It was pretty sexy. She looked really nice. And they showed her in the museum walking around, which they've never done anything other than airplane stuff. Anything off airplane they've never shown before. But this time they actually brought the camera to the restaurant and showed them eating, and then in the museum. And I've never seen them do that before. They always show just the flight part. Getting in the airplane, getting out of the airplane, that's it. So, more airtime for her. And there's a lot of shows I don't want to watch because of that crap. Because it's that's not what I'm there for. But their show's always good. There's good airplane content always. So if they're gonna do some clickbait, I'm okay with it. She's easy on the eyes anyway. I think I've seen that show too. Again, only a couple times. But I think I've seen that show. I think I know what you're talking about. Right. Exactly. I mean, sex sells. We all know that. So, you know, when the Boozers contacted me when they first started their show, I had 800 subs. And Wes was so excited that I had 800 subs. How'd you do it? How'd you do it? And I said, well, I don't know. I've been on the air for almost 6 years now, and I didn't do any trickery, no clickbait, just putting my content out there, and you know, and he worked very hard at it with Lori, and they surpassed me pretty quickly to get. They're at 2,000 subscribers now. 2,200, 2,600, something like that. Thank you, Solemn. Yeah, we're weathering the storm pretty nicely. I think it hasn't been too bad. So, what part of the world are you in? Listen, there's not a lot of money until you're in the millions of views. Okay, YouTube has changed. You know, they have changed the way that they pay now and over the years, and they're really screwing the people that make the show the show. I mean, our content is what YouTube is. Without us creators making content, there is no YouTube, right? So you'd think they'd want to take care of us. And every year they make it harder and harder for you to make any money at all. I've never made a penny yet. Been doing it for 6 years. I haven't made a penny. Not 1 cent. And when I first got on here, I was monetized. I could have videos running on my, commercials and stuff running on my show and get super chat money. Well, I don't think they had super chat money when I started my show, but yeah. Um, and then they changed it, and um, now you have to have 1,000 subscribers um, and 4,000 watch hours, and then they cut back the percentage they're going to pay, and then they demonetize your show for the stupidest reasons. If you say a word or something, I mean, it could be something as silly as uh, just something you said or the way you said it, and they demonetize the whole show. So you don't make any money off of that show. Um, the guy that complains about this the most is uh, Bruce Simpson from uh, RC Model Reviews and XJet. Because he talks about that's his only income is what he makes off of YouTube, and that they have cut him back so much that he can't make a living anymore. I mean, he's had to really cut back on his lifestyle because he's not making enough money on YouTube anymore. Because of how they've cut the way he can earn money. Um, so yeah, there's no real money in this until you're in the millions and millions of subscribers and that kind of content, and then you can make some money. But you know, I don't know if Ryan would want to share how much money he's made, but I guarantee it hasn't been a lot. Um, it wasn't life changing money where he could quit his job and just do YouTube. I think he's hoping for that eventually, but I don't think he's there yet. So that's interesting. Kuwait's got it all locked down, huh? So that's good. People there follow the law, and that's great. You know, most of the Americans here are not following the rules, and they're breaking them as much as they can, and they're not taking this seriously. So I don't know how this is going to go. I think it's going to get worse before it gets better, unfortunately. Who, Paul? You think um, Gyro Girl is Spanish? Oh, okay. So she's flying a helicopter now, not gyrocopter anymore. Well, that's cool. Well, obviously the planes he sends them to review are free, and that's a big help for sure. I mean, he's getting all these cool airplanes, and he doesn't have to pay for them, so that's cool. You know, and that's great for us too because we get to share his good fortune because he's willing to share it with us. He reviews it, tells us all about it, and lets us see what firsthand what we're might be buying if we're interested. So we're all winners in that situation, you know. And but I mean, as far as watch hours and getting a paycheck from YouTube, um, I don't think he's making any real money there yet. I know it's none of our business, and but if he wanted to share that, I'd be interested just to see what how bad it's gotten because I know Bruce is always complaining. So, but I haven't made a penny, so I have no idea. I haven't had. I have over 200,000 views. Okay, on my channel, uh, and yet I haven't made a cent. So 200,000 views. I don't know how many watch hours that is, but it hasn't made me a penny. Now I haven't gotten one red cent from them yet. So that just gives you a perspective of just how little money until you're really really big you can make on YouTube because it's a long hard road. Unless you're gonna do it, with pretty girls and a lot of sex appeal and do stuff like, listen, if I wanted to travel around the world with a beautiful girl on my arm, I'd make all kinds of money. I don't want to do that. That's not what I'm in for. You know, there's a guy on YouTube that does just that, and he's had two different women with him over the years, and that's all. I don't know if he even has a house. All they do is go from country to country all around the world and review the location that they're at, the hotel or the city. What's there to do there, and how you get around and that kind of stuff. And we're staying at this hotel, and this is what it's like. The amenities, and you know, and they just review it. And she's the two women. The first one was much prettier than the one he's got now. Um, and there's some very well edited content of her in a bathing suit that gives you enough to keep you watching. And they're flying around the world, all over the world for nothing. I don't know how much money they're actually pocketing, um, but they have enough subscribers and enough um, uh, watch time to make money, enough money to pay their way around. So Boy, this is mostly this is the electric foamy group here, Solemn. Um, maybe I don't know. Ryan, where would he look for a? Is there a publication out there or RC Groups? That's where I would go. Go to RC Groups for your F-16 in fiberglass and look under the turbine section. There's always for sale sections there on RC Groups. If you haven't been to RC Groups, check it out. Just do a search for RC Groups. You'll find it. It's a huge channel. And then sign up and look in the for sale section for that plane. You'll find something. I'm sure somebody's got one out there. But that's where I'd go. I can't think anywhere else. Um, really, Mike? You think you've seen his show? Yeah. Yeah, Ronnie, you got two. I got three. Yeah. Yeah. My Ferrari's in the shop. All right, guys. I think I'm going to call it tonight. We're getting the chat slowing down. I think it's we're running out of content, you guys. Apparently, you're not too chatty anymore either. Is everybody falling asleep out there? Well, anyway, I'm glad all you guys made it tonight. It's good to see you. I'm glad I was able to. Uh, yeah, Mike, I'm gonna roll it up right now too. We're gonna call it. Um, if I'm not filling in for somebody else's show, I will see you all Thursday night, and we'll do it again. And I'm gonna try to have some something more interesting again on the show. Um, I'll try to pull some more of my airplanes out. Uh, we'll get them up here and we'll talk about that a little and whatever else you want to talk about. So, um, yeah, if I buy any planes to build, I'll certainly. I have a few planes that I could start building, um, but they're too big to build in here. So when the new shop gets done, guys, I'm going to have a lot more content for you guys. Okay. Because I got some giant airplanes I want to build, but I can't build them in here. That's too small. So we'll see you guys Thursday. All right. Thanks for coming. It's good to see you. If you haven't subscribed or liked, hit that like button on the way out. And I'll see you guys Thursday night. All right? All right, guys. Take care.